that way, or do you want to the other way? Like, do you want me to hold it?
Kinda.
Hold on.
Yeah, however you want to do. So basically, I want to be utilizing. I have plugs. Is this on?
Yeah.
Hi.
Everyone say hi to Lark.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so perfect. You've got plugs on that side,
Yeah, we're golden.
right? If you do need to plug that in.
Yeah. Do you need if you can't talk, chat room?
Yeah, I think it's up. I don't know. Feel free to if you want to, yeah, and then you can flip the camera if you want to.
Yes, and you're gonna have to do that because you don't need to be staring at me all day long.
Cariann will provide color commentary. It's going to be amazing. And I heard
Perfect.
hilarious that we're calling it color commentary.
I love that.
I don't know if there's anything you can do about this. So these little baby hairs that they transplanted
Yep.
do not behave. This is what they do. And
Yep.
I can sit there and I can flat iron them down and they're still going to do this.
Yep. And actually, probably if you flat iron it, might even make it more.
Sometimes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. So I have been unable to get them to behave in any way. I don't know if I don't know if the bleaching will help or hurt. I don't know if there's any magic powers you have to let them just settle down.
Does your flat iron by any chance have this thing on the side of it? Like a little plate on the side of it?
No.
Because sometimes I like this one because it's really good for kind of helping to lay that down.
Okay.
So that rather than grabbing it,
Uh-huh.
it kind of, that part gets warm and then you kind of lay that down and you
That's
kind of
nice.
train that down.
Okay.
You know what I mean? To
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of get that to lay down. I'll take a look at it though as we're kind of going through as well.
And then, just so you know where the transplants are here.
Perfect.
You'll be able to find them. They're here, and then
Oh,
they're
yeah.
back here. You can tell that they're sticky.
I mean, look how long your hair is.
I know,
It's
right?
amazing.
The hairline is way better now than before.
Okay, they're already asking what kind of brand that flat iron is.
So that flat iron.
Well, you're gonna get a lot of it. You're gonna get a lot of questions. You're gonna have to tell your life story 3 or 4 times. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, so this flat iron is a nano titanium by Babyliss Pro. And you can even see the the hot plates on the side.
Yup.
And that actually helps as well for when you're flat ironing, sometimes the ends get too stick straight.
Yeah.
And so the heated plates are really good for kind of creating that little bit of softness just at the end, so it doesn't look so stick straight.
Totally.
So I like it for that. Okay, so I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Tell me, I need to know the history since I've seen you. What's happened to your hair? Have you put any color on it? Have you put any glosses? Have you put anything?
Nope, just
Nothing.
shampoo and conditioner.
This is all your gorgeous hair that you grew your own.
Okay, I
Yeah.
know, right? All of your blonde highlights are effectively gone now.
That's what I was
They grew
wondering.
out.
Yeah.
And then they were the first ones to die, so they were the first ones that would frizz, but it was also when I didn't know how to use a flat iron, and so I was like, oh, they work better when you turn the heat way up. And so,
So all this is literally natural?
yeah, this is my actual natural hair.
Then I'm gonna tell you something. I am very much relieved because I was like, I don't know what she's done. I don't know if she put box color. I don't know.
Oh,
If
no,
So I was thinking I was coming into here to do a full-on color correction.
Oh, no,
Oh,
And
no,
guess
yeah.
what? Now I'm
No.
looking and I'm like, you're the perfect model.
Thank you.
Literally. So honestly, I was
yeah.
like, are we gonna taper through stages? Are we gonna?
I wanted to go blonde for years, and I kind of wanted to make sure that you were working on good virgin hair where you could do your best work, because I love your work.
And your color is
It
perfect.
needs to let go of its color. It really loves its color, and I have had bleaches in the past.
And they didn't come out so good.
Oh, they struggle. They were. There was
Really?
one time where they tried to. It was 3 or 4 times in a row, and they do the purple corrector and all
They
those
did
other
that
buttons.
many times?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was really hard. Now they weren't you, so.
So, I mean,
So
I'm feeling
true.
I hate to overpromise, so I'm gonna say we'll try to get you there.
Right.
But just where I'm filming it, I'm getting good feelings.
Right.
So-
So, and as for the color, it's really up to you because I trust your color guide more than I trust mine.
Okay.
Actually, the 2 of you are going to do better at this than I will. We did have some
Perfect.
pictures.
So you love the color conversations.
Yeah.
Well, I love them too. I did have some pictures if it helps. I sent
Perfect.
all of this process has been online. The
I love
entire
it.
community
Yeah.
has been voting on things.
Isn't that amazing?
Just, you know how, I don't know if you know this, online it'll have operation names for when I got the boobs, that it was Operation A to D or Operation Happy Boobs, I don't get what it was.
I love
This
that.
one is Operation Whorgeous.
There you go.
Whorgeous.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
I don't know why you're looking at me.
Whorgeous.
Yes, Operation Whorgeous.
That's the hashtag. Alright,
I love that.
Jamila,
Yes.
I can't figure out how to respond in chat
Uh,
other than just verbal.
give me a second. I mean, you can always respond verbally.
Well, I know, but I feel bad.
Why?
Because I can't see the whole chat and I'm definitely missing some things.
Okay, so this is one of the things that
Gorgeous.
we liked. This is another one that we kind of liked.
Gorgeous.
Another one that we liked. I think this is one of my favorites because I like all of the different textures.
Yeah.
This one's okay. I feel like this is what we're going to probably end up with just because my hair won't let go of this color. But
And the reason why that one's okay is because it's
I don't
gold.
know. Yeah, I think so. I think I prefer the cooler colors. Having said that, I don't think my skin tone works well with cooler colors.
Or silvery.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So, which is funny because those are the colors I like,
Right.
but I don't think those are the colors that will look good on me.
Right.
Yes.
So,
It'll really like wash you out if you
Right.
go too icy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So having a little bit of that warmth in there,
sure.
it's kind of like even like look at Gwen Stefani, right? When she was younger, her hair was like that cooler toned blonde, and then now that she's on TV and she's like more photos and more videos,
Yeah.
she's gone warmer
Sure.
because it just has more of a glow.
Sure.
Whereas like the cool icy tones, it's like a pop, like people are like, oh that's cool. But
Yeah.
there's something about that like warm gold that just looks so good on the skin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's my concern. If I go too cool, I love the way it looks, but I don't think it's going to look good on me.
Right. You'll be like, this is fun, and then you're like, okay, do I want to have this forever?
No, I'll probably want to get rid of it in a little while. I'm kind of looking for a forever color, if that makes sense. Just something that I can I realize it's going to be a ton of maintenance, but like, I don't know, just something that looks great. And
Something that feels amazing and
Yeah.
looks good and
You
works
got
with
it.
your skin tone.
brilliant.
Perfect.
Exactly. Yeah.
And shampoo, conditioner, what kind of care are you doing at home?
I do Aveda and
Perfect.
Aveda for shampoo and conditioner.
Perfect.
And I usually stick the conditioner in for a little longer. So I do like a 5 or 10 minute conditioning when I condition, and I condition every 3 or 4 days.
And I'm sure all their stuff is color safe.
Right?
Yeah.
Aveda
Yeah,
would
yeah,
probably
yeah.
I would assume, 'cause it's
Although
Aveda.
I'm more than happy to change out whatever.
I mean, I've heard
products.
really good things about Aveda. I know people who have had their education and love the company. They
Yeah.
said that their stuff is really amazing.
Yeah, there's
I've used their skin products, I've never used their hair products.
Okay.
Gotcha.
But I know people who really like them.
Yeah, I mean, if you like the way my hair is right now,
Yeah, it
that's
feels
years and
great.
years of that's Aveda. So.
Perfect.
But I don't know how well it's gonna hold up when you bleach the crap out of my hair, right?
So now, do you?
I don't have color correcting anything.
So let me also just put this out there. All the lighteners that I use, whether it's, whether I have to go in full force with something a little bit stronger, they're all gonna have bonders in them.
Okay.
So that's gonna help keep the protein bonds in your hair intact.
Okay.
So your hair doesn't feel like it got thrashed at the end of the session.
Yeah.
Okay.
So not only do I
Even though it did get thrashed at the end of the session.
you know what? It won't.
Okay.
It'll be tousled around and then cradled back to feeling healthy and happy again. So that's kind of my goal. Is basically I'm going to go with my bonders. I am going to be doing a treatment on your hair so that by the end of this, it literally feels like your hair is actually healthier.
I'm not gonna say no to that. And if there's product I should buy, let Cariann know. We'll just buy it off of Amazon in real time.
Okay,
Assuming we
perfect.
can.
A lot of that will
Understand
come
my
through. A lot of that will come through as I'm doing the service.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Because I'm gonna see how your hair reacts.
Brilliant.
Because someone's hair may react totally different from yours. And then I might be like, yeah, you need this extra strength protein shampoo.
Sure.
And then some people react and it's like, oh, your hair totally did not even really get affected by that. Okay, so I mean, I'm pretty much like 90% there. Now just another question. Do you wanna see any of your dark and your natural in there?
I'm going to kind of leave that to you.
Okay.
I will say that I'm not tied to this color.
Okay.
Like there's a certain funness because there's a lot of different color in my hair, but my hair is also very ashy, which,
Will work perfect.
okay. So
That's why I'm saying your hair is literally perfect.
you do what you think will look amazing on me.
Perfect.
That's the color I want.
Perfect. That's what I'm gonna do. So then I'm actually gonna go with, I'm gonna do a full baby light.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go in with really fine pieces, rather than like big chunky pieces, you know what I mean? So you don't see like stripes, tiger stripes.
Yeah.
I wanna go in with baby lights so it looks super diffused and
Okay.
very natural.
Okay.
So that will pretty be like the bulk of the time. I'm gonna go through and I'm just gonna weave from front to back
Okay.
and get all that in there. and then watch you lift, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, sounds
Yes.
Yay.
good. How's the internet?
Internet is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I am scared that I'm missing comments, so there's that.
Oh, did you turn off the chat?
No, like the chat's going, I can't see it. That's my
Let
problem.
me see.
Okay,
Okay, internet, you're gonna be weird because like you're gonna see me in the mirror.
okay.
Yeah, this seems correct, right? You should see it on the left side now.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, it would be there for like a nanosecond and then it would.
You can scroll up and down on that too, so
Okay.
you can scroll through the messages.
Okay.
I don't think you can type to reply, but I think you can just answer, and then that will let us know what they're saying too.
Okay.
And because you said that your hair pulls really brassy, I'm actually going to use something from, it's Guy Tang My Identity, but it's a little booster and it helps tone out any of that extra brass.
Nice.
And it
That's
pulls,
in that.
that's a good way to describe it, right? It pulls
Yeah.
breathy. Well, I would say canary yellow is how it pulls.
Like chicken peep yellow, it comes
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Well, you know what? Whenever they did that, did they do it on highlights? Did they do a full bleach?
They did a
Full bleach.
That's gonna be why.
Okay.
So I'll tell you the thing with me doing the baby lights. Not a lot of stylists really like to take the time to do baby lights.
I was gonna say, because it takes work.
It takes a lot of time. It's very meticulous.
Yeah.
But it honestly gives the best
Oh,
result.
for sure.
So it's just for
This
me,
is why
it's
we come
worth
to
it.
you.
Exactly.
You run into less risk of getting that ultra brassy color, you know?
And the internet, you can see here are my baby hairs.
That's really good though, considering that was what, February?
Yeah, but I mean, we're coming up on a year here.
No, February for the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aw.
It's November.
Yeah, so that's
You're like 3 months away.
I'm
From
9 months
here.
out, yeah, so
Yeah.
9 months on search, coming up on a year, that's what I said.
That's
Come on, internet,
Can we have
9 to
one
12
year's, like-
months, you're coming up on a year.
When do memberships become available for Jamie's Bits?
Oh, I don't know.
I love the operation. Operation Whorgeous.
Hi, Dan.
It's gonna be gorgeous.
I love the name.
Maddie asked, what have you all done to your hair?
Me or Lark?
No.
By the way, everyone, this is Lark.
Hi.
No, to you, Jamie, sorry.
I've done hair surgery. Lark did highlights when I first started transition, and I mean, I still had like a beard sort of transition. Well, no, I think I was here, and I don't think I was able to shave because I was going in for electrolysis.
I do
Right.
remember that.
Yeah.
Right? So it was, and this is pre-pandemic, and so I'm really self-conscious about that. And now most of my beard is dead. But yeah, my hair was much, much shorter. It was still bent hair. It was bent haircut, actually.
Yeah.
And then the only other time Lark saw me was when you did your hair, Cariann.
Oh, yeah.
Was that the only other time? I feel like I saw you 3 times.
I think it was just the 2.
Really?
Honestly, I don't know for sure.
I feel like it's 3 as well, but it was definitely 2.
I definitely 2, but for some reason I feel like it was more.
Maybe there was a touch-up?
I think so. Because I think one time we did the highlights, one time we did a toner, and one time we did like another haircut and a toner.
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
That's
hold
Because
on.
one time we did a rosy, and one
I
time we did
remember
just
what it
like a
was.
nice soft one.
I remember what it was. So we did the highlights, which were a permanent thing, and then, in the Cariann thing, but then the third one was the Cybertruck Unveil event. I came in and you guys did my makeup and my hair.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yes.
I was like, I know you've been in this space more
Yeah.
than twice.
God, now I'm wondering if it was 4 times.
I know, right? It all like starts coming back to you.
Yeah, it is. I don't know how my ends are either. I haven't, like, they should be generally okay,
I was
but
saying,
we haven't,
I haven't
like,
cut anything in
we haven't cut
months.
them for a hot minute.
You kind of just been letting them grow.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
kind of like it got with the bleached areas, those ends, especially since I overheat. I applied way too much heat to them. I really destroyed those.
Well, she
When
likes
you're
her
doing
length.
flat iron?
I'm like,
when I was,
yeah.
because I was doing it wrong, because I didn't know. So I turned the flat iron all the way up, which is 450 plus.
450.
Yeah, and I was doing
Nice.
it every single day at 450.
Were you using heat protection?
No.
Nope.
Oh my gosh.
So, my hair, like all the brown hair actually did okay. It wasn't
Okay.
great, but it was angry. But the bleached hair was angry.
Oh yeah.
Full on angry.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, no, it just went and split in two.
Well, you know, heat protection is so important, especially when you have color done, because people really like underestimate how important it is. So they're like, oh no, it's fine, my hair's fine.
Right.
But honestly, like just once without heat protection is as bad as 10 times with heat protection.
So,
Like,
you're
it's
not
that
gonna
much
find
of a
good heat
difference.
protection. That'll be one of our first things we buy.
Definitely, yeah, it's definitely a big difference.
Oh,
you
Maddie,
know?
you're not wrong.
What'd Maddie say?
Maddie's like, wait, Jamie did a flat iron with no research?
No, that's not entirely true. I did research on the hardware and on the flat
She
iron.
says, I'm let down, figured it would have been involved at least a couple of days of study.
So,
That's hilarious.
I did. I was studying on my own body. Oh wait, are those pre-cut foils?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I know, right? It helps a lot. Yeah, so we're gonna baby light this full gorgeous head of hair. Yeah, your natural color is perfect as a base. Perfect.
I'm glad
Like
you got
that cool tone, that's what you want. You know what I mean?
How come?
Because then as you go through and you lighten and add all your warm golden pieces, that coolness of for your base creates that balance.
Oh, that's cool.
So if your hair was naturally warm and then you go and you add more gold highlights, then it's just like full on brass. It's like a lot of gold, which some people can really love, but if you like really pretty hair has a balance to it.
Mhm.
I think. That's just how my hair works. I always appreciated the balance, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, we come to you because we think you have an amazing eye and amazing skill, and you're willing to spend the extra time to do it right, which I think is important.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. I mean, I definitely, you know, am lucky to be doing what I love to do. I feel so extra lucky, and like even when like something just pops up in my life like as a hobby, and I get super interested in it, like right now I'm really into fish tanks.
I love
And,
it.
like,
Wait, the fish or just the tank?
All of it. I'm
Okay.
loving doing the cleanings. I love learning about the chemicals. And I'm like, if I didn't already love what I do so much, like there's so much that I find interesting that I would pop into so many industries.
So why is there not a fish tank here yet?
I mean, you know what? That's a good question.
It's a great question. Thank you.
I
You
could
could
do
do like
like
a really tall. You can't do a long one, but you could do like a really tall square one.
That's true.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could have a fish tank in here. I mean, I try to design everything in a way to just be the most sanitary.
Mhm.
So I mean, like, I think about all the little hairs that might pop up in the fish tank, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, the
So
fish
there's a
tank-
lot of hair that flies around this place.
I get that. But there's still gonna be a top to the fish tank.
That's true. That's true. But you know what? Even at home, like, I still get stuff in my fish tank. Like, I'll be like my little kitten. She's shedding, and I see a little cat hair like in the fish tank.
Yo.
And I'm like, how does that happen?
The cat's chasing the fish. That's how that happens.
That's
You know what? She loves the
caddis.
fish.
I
yeah.
bet. Yes, she does.
She doesn't try to get them anymore though. She doesn't. We finally put a lid on and she kept trying to hop on top.
Oh, for
And
sure.
So what I did was I got like tape and I just kind of put like sticky tape on the top.
Oh yeah, that'll
She
do
hopped
it.
on it once, did
Yep.
not like the stickiness, and
Yep.
she hopped right off and never tried to get back on.
That's so funny.
It worked. But this fish obsession is a new obsession of mine. Like we just yesterday got a new bed of fish. So it's like a whole new thing.
Freshwater, saltwater.
Freshwater. Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna graduate into saltwater?
You
There's a
know
lot
what?
more work.
Possibly, but yeah, I don't know if I want to do all that work. I mean, I'm about to start writing my book, so I'm like, I don't know how much
Whoa!
time
Hold
I will
up,
have.
back up. I don't know about the book.
Yes, I have recently, you know, I've had this idea of writing a book for a while, and I recently got re-inspired. I went to an event right before Halloween, and it was my friend's gathering, and there was a medium there. And, you know, she pulled some things out that really kind of re-inspired me and like brought some things up that I kind of like just tucked to the side for a little bit. But yeah, I've just been feeling really re-energized to write this book about my life, story on where I got my name, how I got into hair, the lessons I've learned.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I've been totally like in that mode, just really inspired by getting it together.
Have you started writing yet?
I haven't started, no. I literally just like, it's so funny because I'm seeing you at this perfect time where like all this new inspiration is coming to me, you know? Because I feel like after quarantine and like throughout all that, I kind of really just, rather than getting frustrated with it, I kind of just put myself in a whole nother like zone of just being like, okay, you're gonna focus on work,
Right.
you're gonna focus on, you know what I mean? And I
Yeah,
kind of just
yeah.
allowed myself to get there. And now I'm like, okay, now it's time to like start cracking open that shell a little bit and letting some new things in, like the fish and the book, and I
Right,
just got a
right.
kitty. So, yeah, it's like a perfect time that I'm seeing you.
So tell me about the kitty.
So she is 5.5 months old.
Oh.
Actually, no, she's 6 months now, as of today.
Oh,
And
happy birthday.
I know, right? And she's just recovered over her spay. She's doing really good. She's just the most precious little baby. We've been very happy to have her, and she loves the fish.
Yes, of course she loves the fish. What kind of cat is she?
She is a rag doll. She's a little tiny rag doll, which I had never heard of.
I was just gonna say,
And did you know what a rag doll was?
no.
One of my friends had told, I was looking for a cat. My friend was like, oh my god, my friend just had kittens. Her cat had kittens. They're rag dolls. And I was like, I don't even know what that is. And I Googled them.
Oh, they're beautiful.
They're so beautiful.
Look.
Oh, that's not what I thought it was.
Really?
Yeah. I actually thought it was a new cat. I thought it was like the gray poofy cats.
They're very poofy.
Okay,
And
and maybe
they-
it is the cat I thought it was then.
Yeah, they're very poofy, very fluffy. They're honestly kind of like little puppies.
Oh,
Like they follow you around. They like want to be near you.
I love it.
I mean, they love cuddles. You throw a toy and they go chasing after it.
that is very puppy-like.
They're very, very puppy-like. It's really quite adorable. Like she just always wants to be near you. And if she's not near me,
You
I go
guys?
look on the chair. Oh, you see it?
Yeah.
I go and I look on the chair and she's staring at the fish. Yeah.
Cute.
You know, I got the fish for her.
I
That's how
love
it all started.
Would she sit there and stare at the tank and just kind of watch them swim by?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She literally just sits there and she just goes like that.
Yep.
Or she'll lay on the little chair right next to the fish tank, and she'll just be like, her eyes will be closing and she's just like looking at the fish. And I'm just like, it's just something so like serene about it, you know? Yeah, so when I saw this medium, she was like, I didn't have to say anything.
These are our
And
cats.
she's like, she's like, are you a writer? And I was like, no. And now I said no, but she doesn't know that I was actually publishing 2 books before I was in the 5th grade for poetry. And I've been wanting to write this book for a while, and then finally she kind of was like, yeah, she's like, I see this book. She's like, but then I also see products. Like she was so confused. And then later on, because I had been avoiding her the whole day, because I didn't want her to know any info on me. You know?
For sure.
So I finally saw her at the dinner, so like at dinner time, I was like, can I talk to you? I've been avoiding you all night. And she's like, yes, you can talk to me. And so I told her I did hair, and she was like, she's like, that's where the products come in. And it's so funny because I've also been wanting to come out with a hair care line, shampoo and conditioner, and I want to tie that in with my book, and it's just really kind of amazing how you just literally grabbed all this from the air and brought it up to the surface. So,
I would use your hair care line.
yeah,
Because I know that you wouldn't let it be like crappy. It has to be.
it would have to work.
Yeah, it has to work.
Otherwise, you know what I mean?
What's
It's
the
hard-
point?
It's very hard for me to sell something if I don't believe in it. You know, I think even like all those years of doing retail, I was the same way. I couldn't fake sell a product. If someone came in to me and said, which handbag do you like? Yeah, I could have easily just grabbed the most expensive one and be like, this one. But like the actuality of it is like if you don't gain a person's true trust no matter what you do, like you're not going to be very successful at what you're selling, you know? And if you are, then it sounds kind of croaky.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I thrive off of genuine connection, genuine trust with what I'm working with and what I'm providing. And it's just very fulfilling for me, and to see how that returns from my clients, and then the love and the just that connection.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
very fulfilling.
That's why we come only to you.
Oh, I love that, and I'm so happy to have you here.
I'm happy to be here. I'm so excited.
Me too.
I've literally been looking forward to this the moment we booked it.
Yes.
This is all she talks about.
I'm so excited. I mean, honestly, your hair just grew so perfect. Like I said, you're the perfect model. And even, it's so funny because even last night I was like I said, I thought it was going to be like a color correction. So I was like,
Right.
all right, I'm geared up, I'm amped up, I'm ready. So it's like, looking at your hair and how well you've been taking care of it, I'm like, this is going to be a cakewalk.
I hope so, because it has never, any time I've tried to color my hair in the past,
They could never do it.
my hair just does not like to give up its color. Like, and you know, it's been a really long time since the last time I colored it, well over a decade, I think, at this point, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You're right. So it's
I mean,
possible
other
that
than when
like,
Lark has touched it last.
it's possible it's changed
Sure.
with age, but like,
And that does happen. Hair does change, you know, depending on diet, depending on stress, depending on life changes, medication, like literally everything, you know?
You just listed everything.
You're like, yep.
cool. Massive hormone changes.
Yeah.
Stressful surgeries. Got that
I know,
too.
right?
Yeah, see?
So Colton's in the room.
Hi, Golden.
And
Hi,
then
Colton.
additionally, somebody asked how Luna was doing.
Oh, so we have two cats. They're both Bengals.
Oh.
They are 1 year old as of yesterday.
Yesterday.
So they're one beautiful, beautiful cats. Unlike your cat, they're kind of the opposite. They're like, well, they're still dog-like. They're like huskies. So,
They like to run around.
Yep.
yep,
They like
they're,
to eat
they're
everything.
troublemakers.
They are troublemakers,
Oh my
y'all.
god.
They're absolutely troublemakers. Well, the thing is, we changed from a litter robot, which they both used and worked really well,
I consider that.
to a cat genie. And the big difference between the two is the litter robot uses regular traditional litter and it cycles it, and then every few days you need to empty the bin and you're done. The cat genie uses proprietary granules, and you never really need to change them. The only thing you ever need to do is refill them from time to time. So, and then it links into your plumbing, and it washes the granules, and then it dumps that overflow into the toilet. Well, the cats did not take very well to the cat genie.
Oh,
At
really?
least Luna hasn't, and we think it stressed her out.
Aww.
And so we believe it gave her a UTI because we think she was trying to like effectively hold it in because she didn't know where her potty was anymore.
Oh my god.
And it was in the same
God.
place, and I did like some transitionary stuff for them,
Makes
but
me
like
so
it just, I think it was too fast. And so she's in a lot of pain right now.
Really?
And I've got marks on me from trying to give her her medication.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
not in a great place.
So you know what we give our cat, and people are gonna laugh, but I order cat water for her. And it's good for like to help prevent UTIs. And
What's
it's
in the water?
It's literally specifically made for cats.
Does it have hydrogen and oxygen?
Don't be stupid. So dumb.
To the hydrogen and oxygen.
Why? And don't talk to you.
And how dare you, if you didn't laugh, I would have known that was a joke. It would have taken me an extra minute. The bleach totally took out these brain cells. That's so funny.
You're s-
Waiting for the internet to catch up on that one.
They will.
Oh yeah.
You know, I looked at that cat genie.
Yep.
Yeah, and I also looked at the litter robot.
Yep.
We ended up going with the Pet Safe Crystal automatic litter box.
Yep, that's the one that does kind of this straight scoopy thing.
Yeah, and she took to it literally right away.
Oh, that's
Okay.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's kind of an in between the two, right? So
Mhm.
that one you can run. So the litter robot we can only run for a couple of days before we have to empty it out. But that one has the tray and it pushes everything into the
It
tray.
has a tray, you replace the tray, and then it just, it detects when she's used the restroom.
Yeah.
And about 15 minutes after, it rakes up everything and it puts it in a little compartment. And I mean, I'm kind of a little bit freaky about it. Like if I see the poop there, I grab it and I just put it in the genie
Sure.
Yeah.
thing, Because I'm like, why have it all sitting there if I could just pick it up?
Yeah,
But it's great because if I'm not around, then it does it all for me.
And that's why I tried moving to the cat genie because like there are times when we're just not around for an extended amount of time.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about Bengals is they don't necessarily need humans all the time, right? They're
Right.
very much like Huskies need humans, but
Yeah, but I mean, like, they're litter mates, so they kind of bonded with each other, so they care for there, but they also don't care for not there.
Right.
Right.
But we still need to take care of their food and water. And we've got the food down fairly well. We've got, several weeks of food that we know that they're good for several weeks on food and about a week on water. So we know we can be gone for a week straight. The problem is,
That's amazing.
yeah, we could be gone for a week straight on food and water and have no issues. And there's a backup system, so blah, blah, except for the litter. The litter didn't work. And so I was like, okay.
The litter robot only.
The litter robot only
Yeah,
for a couple
yeah.
days, and they're cats, and so they want their cleanliness is important to cats. And so I'm like, okay, well I think we can fix this with the cat genie, and then I just broke my cat. And I feel so guilty breaking my cat. And it's like, okay, well do we move back to the little robot? I'm like, well, we can, but then we're not solving our problem, and also like we didn't give her a real opportunity to acclimate. Like, I think I threw it at her too fast.
Have you thought about doing the crystals?
Well, so the cat genie kind of does the crystals a little bit. It's
But I mean, in the sense of where, because if she's not liking that one,
Right.
how are you gonna?
Yeah, the problem is it's very similar to the crystals. So if she's not liking that one, I don't think she'll like the crystals.
Oh,
Because
is
apparently
it the texture?
It's the texture. Apparently it feels different on the paws. Actually, we learned that on the car drive over here.
I want to see what those crystals look like. Well, you know what we also do too is we actually add extra pretty litter on top, and those are a finer grain.
Nice.
So I replace the tray and then I put pretty litter on top. And also
Yeah.
keep in mind, because I'm scooping whenever I take it,
Yes.
I'm taking some crystals out.
Yeah.
So I basically have pretty litter like on a 6-month cycle or whatever, where
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
70 bags of them.
Yeah.
And then I just keep adding new litter to it.
My problem is you cannot add litter to a cat genie because it fills it with
Specific.
water and then
Yeah.
exactly. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think for the short term we're gonna put the litter robot back in there just until she heals. Give her a lot more time, and then we'll just start burning through cat genie granules and just dropping it on top of the litter robot and kind of letting the litter robot litter get less and less, and the cat genie granules more and more. And then
So
because
she
the
gets
two
used
litter
to the
boxes are
texture.
Yeah.
yeah, and the
That's
two
a good
litter
idea.
boxes will be right next to each other, and one day we'll just pull out the litter robot.
That's a good idea.
I did a little bit of that, but not nearly enough. Like, I think I did like 1 or 2 cycles worth of it, and that was it.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was going to do that, and I didn't do that.
Really?
Yeah, I meant to do that. I mentally had a plan to do that, and now I'm saying it out loud. I'm like, no, because
You're like, I didn't.
I took the old litter robot out.
Yep.
Oh, I remember why. Because the cats pooped on the electrical outlet.
Oh no.
And it was the soft kind that was on the litter robot electrical cord. And
Oh.
so I meant to take it out and clean it. Oh, yeah, I remember now.
You're like, oh, it's all coming back to me.
Yeah, it's coming back to me. We had to do like a whole big cleaning session in the bathroom, and like I had to bleach the whole
Really?
area. Yeah.
The first week that we got our kitty, like everything was going so good, right? And then we had gotten a new cat food for her. We were going to transition her to a new cat food.
Sure.
That apparently they said it was really good, it was high in protein, it was amazing.
Sure.
So we got that. And our little kitty, so I go home after work, and my partner, you're supposed to do that thing where you transition their food,
Yeah, yeah.
right? And you
Yeah.
don't just switch it out.
Yeah, yeah. Or they could get really sick.
Yeah, and so I go home after work and I see just her new food in the bin, in
Oh,
her
no.
little adult dish, and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, I didn't want to give her that old food, because I guess what they were giving her was Friskies, and he wasn't happy with that.
Oh, yeah.
And so he was like, I don't want her to eat that food, I only want her to eat the new food. And I said, I know, but you still have to transition them. And
Yeah.
at that point, I said, when did you put the food in? And he was like, this morning. I said, all right, well, I guess leave it then, there's nothing you can do now.
Right.
Well, in the middle of the night, because the first week that we got her, we actually slept in her bedroom. She has her own bedroom, her own bathroom,
Aww.
and we slept in her bedroom for the first week. She didn't even see our room until after the first week. And so we sleep in her room where her litter box is, her food is, and I wake up in the middle of the night, and she normally lets us sleep in. She doesn't bother us at all.
Cute.
And so I woke up in the middle of the night to her walking on me and me smelling poop.
Oh.
And I'm like,
no.
oh no, what happened? And she's like walking on me, and she's like, meow. And I like turned on the lights, and she had like diarrhea all over her.
Oh.
And that was our first bath.
And that is why you don't change the food all at once.
Exactly. I told Bart that. I said, this is why we have to be careful. And he was like, oh, now I see. I'm so sorry.
And smell. Now I see and smell.
Yeah,
Yes. And funny story is actually I ended up finding out that that food was too much protein for her anyway. Because even when we did kind of start transitioning back, her stomach just could not get right. And then I came in here to, I had a client, and I was talking about that exact happening. And my client was like, oh my God, that happened to me with my cat. And I was like, yeah, I'm using this really good food. And we ended up finding out that it was the same food that she had used.
Oh, funny.
And she's the one who told me. She was like, oh yeah, she said that one's too much protein for our cats. She said that's better for like a Bengal or a Savannah, something that's more active because it's higher in protein.
Yeah.
She says our cats weren't really big game hunters. They were more so like they would eat lizards and mice.
Yeah.
So they need a lower protein content. So I finally switched her out and everything's been amazing.
Good.
But it was just that first week I was like, is this going to be an ongoing thing? Like, you just don't know.
It's funny you mentioned it. So our breeder actually gave us specific instruction. Our breeder is amazing. So
I love that.
he doesn't force the cats to breed. So if they breed, they breed. If they don't, they don't.
Right.
He cares deeply for these cats. Like it was, we unfortunately lost the first cat. A day before we were supposed to pick her up, and he was devastated, absolutely devastated. And then it took almost a year before he had another litter. Because he doesn't force him, and so he's like, I'm sorry, I don't have anything, because we literally had to pick a litter. And so anyhow, this phenomenal breeder, and he has like this book of information that he gives you as to like how to take care of your cats,
so much
the type of food you should be giving them, the amount of protein that they should have, when you should be changing the protein over time, how you should be changing that protein over time. It was amazing, the depth of information that he gave us. How's the internet?
That's really amazing.
Yeah.
Look, I'll show you. This was the first picture we saw of her.
Oh, that is the type of cat that I thought it was. Okay,
is?
yeah, a big floofy cat.
And then look, falling asleep in his arms. The first day on our way home. Of course, I had to get a photo, video of everything.
Oh,
for the
that was
first time, using the litter box for the first time. I mean, it literally is like being a first-time parent.
Yes.
And this is her. Now look at her.
Oh, big ball of floof. Like, show that.
Oh my goodness, yes she is.
How cute is she?
She is.
She's like a little tiny model. And I'll show you. This is her. That's her favorite spot right there. Look at that.
Yeah, but it's the fishy.
It's her looking at the fish.
That
the
fish tank would be
best.
amazing right there.
She literally
just
just
saying.
sits there and watches the fish. It's so cute.
That is so cute. The internet is good. Somebody asked like two really, really crazy big questions that
Okay.
like I could spend the next 6 hours answering.
All right, ready, go. What's question one?
Question one, and basically they're connected. It pretty much is like, what's the biggest surprise to this transition for me?
Okay.
And then secondarily, what's the biggest surprise of things that changed, like stayed the same?
Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, that's actually two really good questions.
Yeah.
What's the first one?
I don't know if I have a surprise per se about like my own surprise about things that changed. I think my surprise about things that changed is more like how other people treat us now. Because
when we get asked if we're paying together separately?
yeah,
That's a weird one.
that still weirds me out to no end. And I know that we don't have tattoos on our foreheads that say like hers and hers, but like that is the weirdest thing to me because I never was that ever questioned. I could walk up to any counter with any male next to me, and if he looks like he's paying, then whoever is checking us out doesn't even question it. But two women coming up to the counter at the same time, we get questions constantly like, oh, are you two paying together? Like one woman asked us if we were paying together.
Right. One just assumed we weren't.
Right, but then even after we said we were paying together, she still put them in separate bags.
Yes.
And I was like, why? What is happening?
Although I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of nice because then we had We
It
know
was
who's
kind of
the
nice
goose.
in that moment for that, but at
Yeah.
the same time, I think those kinds of things, I don't want to say weird me out, but that surprises me because again, like in my head, we're together. In my head, we belong together. In my head, like this is a no-brainer, but I can see how everyone else's perception of that has changed, and that's just not something that I've experienced before. So I think more so than anything, that's my biggest surprise. It's not anything to do with the transition per se, or I don't know. I mean, I think to a certain extent, Jamie's always been kind of sassy, and so now she's just sassier. You know, she's very clearly like
Sassy 2.0.
yeah, exactly. Like she's also, you know, she's just so much happier, and I think a lot of people who don't have, I don't want to sound too offensive, but like who aren't open to the possibilities would maybe be a little bit more closed-minded about what transition could mean for somebody. And in my experience, now granted this is the only, well, no, I shouldn't say the only, this is the closest transition I've been closest to. Like there are other people in my life who are either transitioning or have transitioned.
But didn't most of them, did we learn most of that after my transition?
Most of them, yes.
Wasn't this kind of a catalyst to most of them? Really? There was one that was before?
Yes.
Okay.
I would think, yes. Without outing anybody, yes.
Yeah.
I would think this one?
Yeah, I don't think that was a transition. I was thinking the same person.
Yeah.
I don't
In
know if
any
that was a
case.
transition or more of a questioning for a long time.
Sure, yeah, I suppose that's fair. But I guess generally speaking, like, to go back to my point of saying just that, like, I think if you go into anything with preconceived notions about it, then there isn't a lot to be, or the preconceived notions lead to more surprises than if you're just open to anything happening. There's a quote from a movie, I think it's called The Zero Effect, which is supposed to be like a kind of a take on a Sherlock Holmes kind of character, where your main character is a detective of sorts, and he has this saying or this quote in the movie saying something along the lines of like, if you go into a situation looking for something very specific, you may or may not find that thing. But if you go into a situation looking for anything, you'll be surprised at how many things you do find. And I think in terms of this transition, I tried to keep that more open mind. And so everything was, I don't want to say a surprise, but it was new and different and interesting, but it didn't take me by surprise. I think surprise would be the wrong verbiage for that. Does that make sense? But then additionally, the things that are surprisingly the same are like weird little things to me. Gosh, what did you just did something not that long ago that I was
Probably
like,
a fart joke, you know what I mean?
yeah, that's probably true, actually. And I was like, oh, that hasn't changed. And I didn't
Fart jokes are funny, what do you want from me?
They're not. Yeah, but I don't know.
This is tedious, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I love it.
I'm glad
It's very
I'm
zen.
watching
You just kind of
you
just
weave
do it,
totally.
and then you
I'm
do
just
it, and
watching you
then
weave the comb every single time too.
At my old shops, I used to do all the, what some people would call tedious work. Like, literally, I've done 12 hours of micro bead extensions.
I don't know what that
No,
entails.
they're tiniest extension. And this lady wanted a full head, her entire head
Holy
full of
cannoli.
extensions.
Wow.
And so I literally spent 9 hours straight one day, and then I had to have her come back the next morning to do another 3 hours. And it was literally, but no one else would have done it. They were
Yeah,
like,
for
I'm
sure.
not gonna do that. And for me,
Yeah.
I'm like, I just get into a zone, you know?
yeah. My very first job, I worked at a Hallmark, and we had to do inventory. We literally had to count every single card in the entire store. And the one thing that nobody wanted to count at all, because like every pocket only carries like 5 or 6 cards. So that's super easy because you're like, okay, A32 is 5 cards, A33 is 6 cards, A34 is 2 cards, like that kind of thing. But nobody wanted to count postcards
Oh.
because they were groups of like a couple hundred in a slot. Yep. And I was like, all right, I'll just stand here all day and count postcards. That's totally fine with me.
They had you count all the cards.
Yeah. It was
Oh my
really stupid.
gosh.
And that's also like 20 plus years ago, so.
That's crazy.
I'm sure there's
Also,
better
their store's not
technology
there
now.
anymore.
Oh yeah.
No, it is. It
Oh.
moved over to the Old Country Buffet area, remember?
No, I thought it was gone.
No, it's still there.
Oh, well, never mind then. Okay, so, you answered what was the most surprising thing, right?
I mean, I guess the most surprising thing is the stuff that's the same. You know what I'm saying? More so than anything else. Not like you would be a
You said you
complete.
could go for 6 hours. I feel like you did that in 10 minutes. or
I
less.
tried to sum it up. Good lord, we don't have to talk about me this whole time.
I think people are interested in your side of it because
Yeah, I love
you know,
hearing it.
transition is not just me, it's the whole relationship and everyone around me too. I think a lot of people forget that. And
Well, I think.
I was very conscious of that going into that from the
Yeah.
very beginning.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You've been extremely conscious of that from the very beginning. And like, I appreciate that. Like, you took the time to continually check in with me and see how I was doing and making sure that how I felt was just as valid as how you felt about the pace of things and the rate of things and just any of it, all
Yeah,
of it.
you were generally okay. The only one I remember where you were like, maybe hold a little bit was voice.
Voice,
Yeah.
voice.
Because it was incongruent
Was that,
for a
did
long
that
time.
take a minute?
It did, because like when she was first transitioning,
It's really hard.
it was hard. And you know, while she didn't have a full beard necessarily, like she did still kind of look like Ben,
I
but
still had a 5 o'clock shadow.
but she
right? Like,
still would, and then you sort of almost, because you didn't have as much practice with the voice, I think it was like putting on a voice. Does that make sense?
Well, it was putting on a voice.
And so that
the
was
thing with
difficult.
voices, you can't not put on a voice. Like
Right.
you have to practice those muscles.
It's
and
funny,
so
Daddy.
at first it sounds bad.
Different,
It
right.
sounds bad. No, it does, not just different. It sounds like a man trying to sound like a woman. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And I still have not mastered voice. I'm way better than I was before, but there are still, like, I can hear the words when they drop off, or, you know, when a sentence is wrong and it drives me crazy, and I continually, like, I've been working on voice for years now, and I probably have another couple of years in front of me
Maybe.
of working on it. But, like, she's not wrong. Like, I didn't like doing it. She didn't like hearing it. So it's very easy for me to be like, okay, we'll put a pin in this for a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really hard. And I think the other thing is, and like, not, this is gonna sound super depressing, and I don't want this to, I don't know, you and I have discussed this, so I'm not too concerned about that part of it, but I think one thing that, even though this has been a relatively easy transition for both of us, generally speaking, like, we haven't gone through crazy pants hardships, like, we haven't fought, we haven't, you know what I mean, like, there isn't, like, I never had a feeling of, why are you doing this to me, why are you doing this to us, like,
Right.
never once, like, that's just not, and I think that speaks to as much of you in our relationship as it does me in our relationship. I think a lot of
that
people,
speaks more to you than it does to me.
I don't think it does, honestly.
Okay.
I think it looks pretty, I mean,
Thank you, but at the
I
same
think
time,
that it's I think it takes two people to
definitely
create
does.
an energy exchange.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know?
It does, but there can be more energy from one side than the other, which
True.
I think is true in this particular case for that specific topic.
Right,
But
and you
can
two showed up both authentically ready to have those
Yeah.
conversations, you know?
Yeah, we've
As
had
ready
good
as we could be at the time.
Yeah, we've had pretty good communication for
Yes.
a while. Like, we had to work on it, though, we did at first.
Yeah,
So,
and I
I'm
think,
sorry,
no, you're fine, and I think it's better now than it ever has been, additionally, above and beyond everything else. I think the one thing that even though, because you know, you could look at other people's transition stories, and even people who stayed together or people who tried to stay together, and there's just a lot of, I think a lot of couples hide things from either themselves and or each other, and I don't think you and I had a lot of that.
No,
And so because of that, it was easier for us to sort of, for lack of a better term, transition into the transition, right? Because there wasn't any of this like, oh, I never told you that, you know, your mom tried to sleep with me when we first got together. You know what I mean? Like there was no weird, like, it was just a story I just read recently. There was no like extra crap to kind of sift through for the most part. Does that make sense? Like there was, but there, I don't know, don't know the point I'm trying to make. My point ultimately though is that because our communication was so good in the beginning, and even though it's gotten better, I lost it. Shoot. I think generally speaking, though, we've had I think we continue to be open with each other and continue to be supportive of each other. And I think that's really key. And it's helped us maintain the relationship. Does that make sense? Like, there's some friends of ours that when Jamie first came out, we went over to their house, and our friend's wife, I had never met, I don't know if you'd ever met her before. Do you remember?
I'm not sure which friend this is yet. Is this the one?
This is your coworker's friend. Your coworker.
The coworker?
Yeah.
No, I had never met her.
Okay, so the wife was having kind of a difficult time with some things. Like, she definitely came from the place of, I don't know why this is happening to us. I don't know why she is doing that to me, and like, definitely had those kinds of feelings around everything. That was like her initial reaction was like, what do you mean and why are you doing this to us? And she tried to like comfort me with some of that, of like, I totally understand, and you know, my first reaction when I was told, and I just didn't ever have those feelings. I never.
But you're the odd duck out. Like, when you go online and you look at other partner reactions, and by the way, I feel like
Yeah, but here's the deal.
I feel like that reaction is understandable.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not saying it's not understandable. I think because fear and anger and sadness are also closely related, and they're so powerful. Like, if I were to ask you the last time that you felt like embarrassed, you probably could pinpoint that, or what's the scariest time from when you were a kid? You probably could be like, oh yeah, it was 10th grade and I had to go talk on stage in front of like whatever it was, right? You know exactly that. But if I go, hey, when's the last time you remember being the happiest? Can you pinpoint that?
Yeah, actually, I'm wired opposite of what you just mentioned.
Really?
I have a really hard time pinpointing moments when I was embarrassed or when I was unhappy. I can pinpoint moments when I was in pain, but I can't remember the pain itself, like physical pain.
Mm-hmm.
But I can absolutely pinpoint moments of happiness. Like when you said, I was struggling to find moments of pain and suffering, but it was really quickly easy to be like, oh, happiness, here, 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 here.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
See,
that is interesting.
I can find it, but I have to search for it.
Huh.
But you want to talk about like embarrassment? Like, I can point out probably something that happened last week that I was embarrassed by. Like,
Really?
like, oh yeah, like red-faced embarrassed. I hope I never see that person again because I don't want them to remember how embarrassed I was
I gotta
in
admit,
that
I can't
situation.
think of a time when I was embarrassed.
Yeah?
I can't either.
Good.
I can't. I'm like trying to think, and I can't think of a time of being embarrassed.
Man, but even stuff like, I was just literally excited to come here. Because
Yeah.
I'm excited for this.
Yeah.
Like, I can remember this stuff, I kind of remember like,
Yeah.
right, and you can tell I was excited because I was doing my tweet store
Yes.
and coming up with
Oh my
all
gosh,
of
yes.
the polls and the pictures. Yeah, interesting.
I think also too, like me being a gay man who literally kind of, right when I came out of the womb, I was already out in a sense. It wasn't something, it wasn't something that I could hide. It's always just been
Sure.
You came out with ta-da!
glitter.
Yes.
And so I think that all my younger years, there probably was a lot of shame in being embarrassed at such a young age that I built up such a wall. Where now I'm like, I don't care. I am who I am. And, now at this point in my life, I'm so fortunate that me being who I am has pulled in all these amazing people into my life.
Mm-hmm.
It's just further ingrained in me to only be authentic because that's what really like pulls people in. And even some of your not so perfect looking moments, right? People want to be a part of the authentic part of you, like that real genuine you. So I gave up on trying to like look perfect a long time ago.
I would say the same thing, but here I am bleaching my hair, so I can't really say much.
That's different, that's fun, you know what I mean?
It is fun.
It's fun, hair is so fun.
Hair is really important in transition. It was, if I were to talk about surprises and things I didn't expect, hair is not the thing. So talking about moments of happiness and like those things, I distinctly remember, I believe it was our anniversary at South Coast Plaza. We were going to, I believe it was Din Tai Fung for dinner. And the problem is I don't remember the year. I want to say it was 2019. It might have been a bit early though. And you did my hair for the first time. Like you did it in a really nice, fairly feminine way. And it was the first time I had felt that way, like going out.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember the exact details, but I can vividly remember that feeling. And that's when I think when I started to realize how important hair was going to be, because, and it's not just the hair in my head, it's also the beard. Like I knew getting rid of the beard was going to be important, but I didn't realize just how much it can elevate or pull my day down based on how my beard is that day, or like if I have to grow it out for a week for electrolysis.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm a little thankful we're all wearing masks. It's made that a little bit easier for me. And it was the surprising thing with transition is just how critically important hair would be, because I think it's one of those things that people look at and make a microsecond conclusion is to gender is based on your hair. Now there are obviously other things like brow bone, facial structure, voice, certainly, like all of those things go together, but I think that initial beat is hair. And that was the moment I started to realize that, and that was one of the surprising things for me. The other thing I was a little surprised by, at least early on in transition, I was like, look, I'm still me, I'm just changing genders, but I myself am not going to change.
No, but you have.
But I have.
Yeah.
I truly did believe that too. I was like, this isn't about, anything else other than just changing the container that I'm in.
I guess that's what I mean about it. Like, if you go into it with certain expectations, then you're surprised by a lot of different things.
Yeah.
But then if you go into it with no expectations at all, then it just kind of comes as naturally as it comes. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I really didn't think. I'm surprised at how much has changed emotionally. Like all of it's changed, right? Just as my personality has changed. I think part of that, what I didn't even think of, which is kind of a fun surprise, is, when you're closeted like that for decades and you're not willing to embrace who you are and you're not comfortable in yourself, you inadvertently introvert, because if you don't like you, how can other people like you?
Yeah.
You don't want to put that out there because you don't, right? At least I'm not going to speak to other people, but I'll say that's how it was for me. And I didn't realize that's what was going on. And then I started to transition, and I became more and more comfortable with myself as a whole. And all of a sudden, that introvert was gone, and I became an extrovert. And I took the
very quickly.
Yeah. It went in phases, though. Right?
Yeah.
Like it actually was depending upon my hair and my beard that day. It would dictate how much of an introvert and extrovert I was. And then once you can start to do that, and you can create, once you're putting yourself out there like that, and you're actually that's my natural state, and I can just be part of my natural state, all of a sudden you're just happier just because of it, right? And so not that I was unhappy before, but I'm just much happier now. The other thing that I wasn't expecting was whenever they do a huge hormonal shift, my short-term memory goes all out of whack. It is amazing how, so when we did, was it GRS?
Maybe.
It was the last surgery, so GRS, I think. We did GRS, which is you have to, a few weeks before, stop a good chunk of, like, progesterone gets stopped, the testosterone blocker gets stopped, and my estrogen levels were cut in half. And then we do the surgery, and now I have no hormones that I'm taking. So my estrogen is gone, my testosterone is gone, and my progesterone is gone completely. And then they're like, okay, you can start taking your hormones again. So my estrogen is back, but my progesterone. So it's this huge shift. And there was a solid week or two where I just couldn't remember anything that was happening I could remember long-term stuff,
Yeah.
but the short-term things, day-to-day, if I didn't make a note for myself, I couldn't remember it. And then as the body got used to the hormones again, I started being able to do recall. I don't know if that's unique to me, if it's just my reaction. I didn't expect that to be a thing that happened. I don't know why that happened, but it was very, very unexpected. It's no longer really an issue. I'm not quite at 100%, but I'm definitely like 95 to 99% of short-term memory recall. Like I can at least, I remember where we parked. I've never been able to remember where we parked, but I know what floor we're on at least.
Yeah.
Only because you're by a window.
Yeah.
That does not hurt. Other internet stuff or questions?
That was so funny.
No, but to Bailey and I feel the same way. There's no real question there. That's not super surprising.
Feel the same way about introvert extrovert stuff?
To Bailey says, there's also something about self-sacrificing my own public image to make someone else feel better. I'd rather play the fool than let someone else feel the pain.
Yeah, I can see you and Tim. I mean, no one likes to watch someone else feel pain, though.
No.
Like we all want to do our own way. We all
Yeah, but
want to do our
we'll-
own thing to help them. But I'm not sure.
Right.
I'm not sure that's the technique I would use. But I would certainly do whatever I could to help them not feel.
No, that's definitely the technique.
No, it's definitely a technique you would use. But I can totally see Tim Bailey doing the same thing
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Almanax said, the biggest surprise for me as an outside spectator to the whole process is just how much more natural and joyous your smile has become. Yeah, I'd say that's true.
It's a little weird because after the face surgery, my mouth does not lift equally on both sides, and so my smile is a little cattywampus.
Gives some character.
Sure, we'll say character.
You know?
Almanax also asked, actually, they asked Tim, but I'll ask you directly. It says, I think Jamie uses snark to keep everyone at arm's length. Once you make it into her core group, she would then move the world for you. I recognize that myself. Any truth to this, Jamie?
I would agree with that, right? Like I'm not going to let anyone into my inner circle. That's a protected circle, right?
Yeah.
But once you're in the protected circle, I will go to the ends of the earth for you because you're in my protected circle. But my protected circle is very few people. These are, and it's not that I'm trying to keep people out. It's that, I don't know if that's a protection mechanism. I feel like there are layers, right? The inner circle, I will do whatever it takes. I'll fly around the world for you or whatever it is. But then there's a layer, there's a layer outside of that where I'll do mostly whatever it takes. I'm still gonna try to help you, but maybe I'm not gonna drop all of my plans, tell the company, I'm sorry, I have to quit because someone's in pain.
Right.
Right? There's a difference there. And I'll be like, okay, well I'm not gonna leave my company, but what can I do to help within reason? And there's a layer outside of that and a layer outside of that. I think that most people kind of work that way. Right? I don't know. Yeah. Right? Like, as an example, I like if you've got a family member that's suddenly stricken ill and is in the hospital, you would drop everything to go to see them, would you not?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, and I think that's socially accepted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that answered the question, but
Well, again, to be fair, they were asking Tim.
did Tim answer?
Yeah, Tim kind of answered.
Also, hi Tim.
I love this though. What is this room? Like, where is this room located? It's on your Twitter?
Oh, no. So stories. How do we describe it? So we've had a live internet streaming show for 14 years now. It's how I got hired at SpaceX.
Love it.
We still have that show, but then when I started transition, I'm like, well, a lot of people had questions about transition, but a lot of people didn't really want to hear about transition on that channel because that channel's a lot about space. It's not about gender transition. But it's a lot of scientists and engineers, and they're, this is the ultimate engineering, right?
Yeah.
So they still wanted to know, so we created a new channel, a personal channel, that I can just talk about anything I want. So maybe I'll talk, maybe we'll go live with me bleaching my hair for 6 to 8 hours.
I love that.
Maybe we'll talk gender transition, maybe we'll talk space. I don't know what we're going to talk about.
I love that.
So it's just a YouTube channel that I can go to. It's not nearly as large as the other channels. I would assume we have maybe 10, 20 people watching right now?
9, yep.
9, okay, cool.
Whoa.
Right, so not, if we were doing this on my main channel, we'd probably have 200, 300 people watching.
Sure,
But
but
it's
most people would be
inappropriate.
complaining that's not about space.
They'd be complaining it's not about space, and it's not appropriate for that channel.
Right.
But for these 9, the other nice thing is that this is getting archived, right? So then other people can go back and watch at 2x speed.
Yeah.
That's what I would do at least. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is kind of fun, and it gives me a chance to just talk about the weird stuff in gender transition that people don't normally think of, or that doesn't really get covered. Because, I think how gender transition is conveyed in popular media isn't actually how it really is. So, like,
How do you feel like it's different?
almost entirely.
Like, do you think just the perception of it is?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't walk around yelling at people about pronouns. I don't get angry at people and flicking tables. I'm not being a predator anywhere. And that's a lot of how this is conveyed in the media is like, this is what transgender women do. They're yelling at you constantly, they're angry constantly, they're depressed constantly, and I'm none of those things.
Yeah.
And like, there are some transgender women that are like that. Transgender men too. There are some cisgender men and women that are like that. So it has nothing to do with being transgender, I think it's just personality. Arguably, I think most transgender women are a lot like me, where we just want to get through it, get to the other side of it, be done with it, and then you don't perceive us as male anymore, and you would have no idea. How would you ever know? And then we just sulk back, no, not sulk, what am I trying to say? We blend back in society.
Would you say transition back into
We transition back into society, and then that's the end of it. And
After you've done all your groundwork and kind of building.
yeah, there's a process you have to go through, right? You have to undo what biology gave you, effectively, right? And that takes several years, and then you're done, and then that's it. And I don't sit there and I don't yell at people and tell them they're wrong or that they have to A, B, or C. I don't tell people what to think. But we see a lot of that in media. You see it in social media, you see it on, but I don't think that's the norm.
I know what it was that I was going to say about being surprised with the things staying the same.
Yeah.
Not about something specifically staying the same, but how when you have a death in your family, you go through the death, you go through the grieving process, maybe you go to the funeral, or you have your own way of saying goodbye to that person or what have you. But with transition, you don't really have that. And I chose to have that instead of get that because...
No one wants that.
Right, and I'm not trying to eliminate Ben from my life, and I'm not trying to erase that part of who Jamie is, or anything along those lines. But there are times when there's like a glance, when there's a word, when there's a joke, when there's...
It'll be a fart joke too.
Probably,
yeah.
But there are small habits that obviously aren't going to necessarily change, like leaving your socks in the living room or whatever it is.
I do that too.
That are like gentle reminders that, and not in a bad way, but that, obviously Ben and Jamie are one singular person. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Like, there are still times when it's difficult still for me to tell a story about like Jamie and I in high school without me reverting to the other name. Does that make sense?
You can say Ben.
No, I know, but that I'm just saying that like it's difficult. It's easier for me to have a differentiation in my head between Ben and Jamie, but that's not necessarily the healthiest way to look at it. Does that make sense?
I guess I view it as I was Ben in high school, and like that's how you knew me. And so
I know, but the,
referring to me as Ben and he when you're talking about something in high school is legit because I was Ben and he in
and
high
that's,
school.
yeah, but then there's like the everyday thing is like there's a little bit of, mourning is not the word I want, but there's this constant reminder that you're not Ben.
Yeah,
And
that's fair.
that's still something that I'm getting used to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's more surprising to me than anything.
Do you think it's tied to, like, you know, sometimes you just get nostalgic about something and it kind of takes you to like that melancholy phase. You're still appreciative of it, but it's like nothing's really changed, but it also does feel different. Is it kind of like that?
Yeah, but unfortunately it's every single day. It's like it's something I constantly, and not in a bad way, but there is an effort towards not dwelling on that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you know what's the craziest when you're speaking, when you're talking about this, it kind of reminds me of like what my parents went through when I changed my names, and talking to them, like my mom just felt so horrible. She was like, "Did I pick the wrong name?" Like, you know, and I had to go through a moment where I was like, "Mom, you can't call me Jonathan anymore.
Right.
I'm gonna be 30 years old. You have to call me by my new name." You know what I mean?
1,000%.
And for me, it seems so easy to just, this is my new name, everyone can call
Right.
me my new name, but
Right.
she had to go through this, like, and it took some years, like a real shift in the way that she felt about all of it, because I think in the beginning, there was some resentment over it.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And it kind of took, but I had to allow her time and allow her to kind of get there on her own.
Yeah.
But it definitely was a thing. You know, my dad still, you know, he feels so much pride for the last name. And it's like, you know, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't feel that way towards it. But at the same time, it's like, I know I changed it, but that doesn't have to do with you. You know, it's just so easy that people attach themselves to, like, to you in a sense.
Yeah.
It's part of our tribalism, I think.
Yeah.
Well, see, and I started changing my name when I was 6 years old.
How come? Just like it felt right?
I just felt I never connected with my birth name. My birth name was Jonathan Anthony Mahoney Sanchez. A whole mouthful.
I was gonna say.
And, you know, when I was 6 years old, I started going by Jams. So those were my initials. You know, how creative can you be at 6 years old?
I love it.
So I started going by Jams, and then in 6th grade I was Star. In 7th grade I was Tom Dumont.
Oh my God,
I was obsessed with No Doubt, so I took
You got to.
And in 8th grade I was Brandon, and then I was going into high school, and none of those names stuck. I tried them. I would write my name on a piece of paper, put it at my desk, and make all the teachers and everyone would call me that name. And going into high school, I just didn't feel connected to the Brandon name, right? It just wasn't me. And so, you know, I would walk around singing everywhere, and my best friend's dad was like, "Is there a lark in the house?" And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "A lark, it's a songbird, they have their own song." And I was like, "Oh my God, that's my name."
Yep.
And so I started getting, you know, I went into high school, and on my first day of orientation, I introduced myself as Lark, and I've been going by that ever since. I changed it when I was 18 years old. And just a couple years ago, actually, my partner was doing some research on the Hopi traditions, because I'm Native American, I'm 33%, and the tribes are Hopi and Yaqui. Well, something interesting is the Hopi have a tradition in which when the mom gives birth to a baby, the mom's side throws a big party for the baby, and all the mother's side is invited. And they bring gifts as well as names. And a Hopi baby can have up to 100 names.
Oh wow.
So how perfect that I went through my life on this journey of name searching, and I can look at each moment for each name, and it was such a little like moment. Like Jams was my like sweet adolescent. And then I look at like Lark, to me, is just the culmination of everything. You know, it's like that little bit of my child still there. It's like that the grown up making good responsible decisions is there. It's like all those little pieces of me. And I just thought that was super amazing how that kind of naturally happened.
Have you considered any more changes, or does this feel right?
This one feels right, you know what I mean? But you know what? You never know the future. You never know the future, and I think that's what I really kind of like sticks out to me, is really just going with the flow and allowing myself to just live.
Mhm.
You know, I would look at this earth as our playground, and I believe that I came here to play and have a good time. And I'm gonna try to do that, even with everything else going on. I'm gonna do my best to have the best time with myself, with people around me. And, you know, I feel like that's just kind of part of my little life mission.
That's a good mission. Just have fun. Put positivity in those.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And you know, as an adult, I've looked to go look at the meaning of the name Lark. And it's so funny because now it works for me to go on a lark, to go on an adventure,
Yep.
to do things on a lark, to do things on a whim.
Mhm.
And it's just very much me. But how amazing that it kind of just naturally came together, you know?
That's really cute.
Yeah, but I've definitely embraced change. I think for me, it's almost like, you know, going through changes can be uncomfortable.
Sure.
So you almost have to get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Mhm.
And I feel like that's kind of been my thing that's really allowed me to keep progressing. Like we're halfway done.
Oh my god. This is crazy. All right, Internet, you've been doing good with questions. Do you have more?
No, nothing.
How did you find your name?
It's so my original name was Benjamin James Higginbotham. It is very difficult to feminize Benjamin. So I kind of wanted to, especially in the very early beginning part of transition, it was kind of important to me to be like, no, I'm still me. I'm not, how do I word this? So there are quite a few transgender men and women who, once they come out to themselves and once they've decided to transition, they will effectively say, okay, well, you know, I've got my dead name, and they'll almost hold like a funeral for their old selves. That's not who they are anymore. That part of them is dead and gone, never mention it again. But that wasn't who I was. Like, I wasn't unhappy with who I was. I had happy memories that I didn't want to have go away.
You wanted to honor it.
I wanted to honor who I was, not kill it.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to find a name that honored who I was. And so we tried to find we just could not figure out how to feminize Benjamin. So we're like, okay, let's move to James. Jamie. We'll make James into Jamie. And then there was a little bit of a fight between, well, not a real fight, but like a little bit of a war between Cariann and myself. I was like, J-A-M-I-E.
There was disagreement.
Yeah, right. I'm like, I'll spell it with me, J-A-M-I-E. And she was like, that's not super feminine. I'm like, it's androgynous, right?
Right.
It's neither masculine nor feminine.
Sure.
I know Jamies that are both. And she's like, I like it without the E. I'm like, I don't think you're right. And then
I was right.
she was right, and here's why she was right. If you look at Benjamin, the way you spell it, B-N-J-A-M-I-N, Jamie was there the whole freaking time. It was right there.
Oh my god.
Right?
Right
I
there in the
told you I was right.
Yep, and as soon as she said that, I was like, well, there's no E.
Yeah. Oh my
Obviously,
god.
there's no E.
And it was that moment that doomed me forever to a lifetime of jamming.
Jammy.
What jammy. Oh, I love it.
Jamming at Starbucks.
I love that. Are you jammy at Starbucks?
Jammy
Oh, yeah.
everywhere.
Is there a jammy here? I'm like,
Jammy?
yes.
That's me.
Because whoever looks at that and was like, who is going to go by Jammy? Oh
That
my
is
gosh.
so cute. Well, see, some of my friends still call me Jams.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cute.
Just to like poke fun at it.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, I think it's adorable.
I think it is cute. I like the jammy. At Starbucks, it's like they can never get your name right.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter what you say.
No, it doesn't.
We looked at other names that were like space related, because, you know, space is a big part of my life, right? So like Luna.
Orion.
God, how we even know her. Athena?
Athena, gorgeous.
That was a good one. But we knew an Athena, and I was like,
You don't want her to feel like you're still looking.
Kinda?
Yeah, you're like,
So-
hi, I'm Athena. Wait.
I know, right?
I don't know how to word it other than it didn't feel right.
Right.
Like in Luna, like I love the idea of the moon, but it didn't feel right.
Yeah.
It felt too on point.
That's the difference. It's like a feeling.
Yeah.
When Lark came to me, it was like a knowing. It was just like,
Yeah.
that's me. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You found me.
And it's funny, when I heard Jamie, it wasn't like, oh, that's the one, but once she pointed out, like, oh, it's right there, it's been there the whole time, then it was like, oh, this is it. This is absolutely it. I have no doubt in my mind. But then, we couldn't find a new middle name. So legally, I am Jamie James.
Jamie James.
Which you like the alliteration.
I do like the
Don't
alliteration of it. It does sound like I'm going to walk into an old school saloon.
Yep.
Oh.
Right?
Jamie James.
Jamie James. Oh no, here comes Jamie James.
I love it.
You're so funny. So somebody else did ask, a little bit off topic, but I remember a post about you being quote unquote done with Disneyland or World. This has been such a common joy for the two of you. What's the story with that, if any?
I don't think I was done with Disneyland and Disney
Did you
World.
say that?
No. I think I was complaining that they're destroying what I once loved.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, I can make that jump in logic.
yeah, I can see where they got there, but I stand by they are destroying what I once loved. Epcot used to be my favorite park. I loved Epcot. I loved the futurism of it. I loved that it didn't have traditional Disney characters in it, and that it tried to be something unique and different that stood on its own. And that is not the Epcot of today. And okay, fine. So that's not the Epcot of today, but it's not my park anymore. And I'm sure it's somebody's park, but it's not mine. And so Epcot went from being my favorite park to, interestingly enough, I think it's now my least favorite park.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is a park that if I did not do on a Disney trip, I would be okay with. There's really, I think, I still enjoy going into Spaceship Earth, although it very badly needs a renovation.
Yes, it does.
I do enjoy Mission Space from time to time, but like I've done that so much that like, and I've gotten older, it's a little bit more difficult for me to do now.
Oh, there's always the green side.
There's the green side. Space 220 was a delight.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Space 220, and I didn't think I would. I thought that I was gonna have like huge issues, but I didn't. I was able to suspend disbelief. They did a really great job. The food was acceptable. So yeah, I think that was it. And then, there's drinking around the world, but like I'm not a huge drinker. So I'll drink socially, but that's not really my thing. And if that's what it is, like I feel like that's not a reason to go to a theme park. I mean, maybe it is, but
Right,
like,
right.
yeah.
I think it was.
I can just go to a bar.
Yeah.
I can just go to a bar and get better alcohol.
I used to think it was. I used to go to the amusement parks and get as wasted as I could.
Sure.
Like right away. And now I don't drink.
Okay.
Like it's been,
Well, that's why you
8
look
months.
fantastic.
Nice.
So-
Congrats.
well,
I
mine was I had to. Mine was a
Okay.
health thing that popped up. And I had to make a decision to quit drinking or take medication. And I was like, yeah, I'll quit drinking.
Yeah, that's gonna be way easier.
Yeah, I'll probably make the same decision. I probably should make the same decision. But again, I only drink socially, so
Yeah, so you're fine.
and
So don't let me tell you, you make that decision. I'm like, you're fine, you're like drinking in the closet. You're fine.
No, like alcohol, like none of those things. I've never really liked the feeling of not, this is gonna sound terrible, but not being in control. But like of my own actions, right? So, and it's not that I'm not in control, but like, I don't like that drunk feeling. It's not fun for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
buzzed is okay.
So buzzed
drunk
is
isn't.
fine, but once you get past buzzed, I'm no longer having fun.
Right.
Yeah, so.
For me, it was like, it was all fun, Like I would just, drinks, drugs, any of it. I'm like, give it to me. And then it's like, then you get older and your body's like,
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
don't.
can't be doing that. And then I'm like, time to make new decisions.
Yeah, I just don't like that feeling. I really never have. So, I mean,
Well, my dad's an alcoholic, so it's kind of easy for me to kind of just go and grab whatever. But I'm lucky that I don't have the addictive personality, so it's easy for me to say no.
Yeah.
But I've also had a lot of people in my life who are, have trouble saying no.
Sure.
And I find that I actually do have a lot of sober clients. I have a lot of sober friends. And so I'm glad that it comes to me a little easier, and I can kind of be there as support for other people as well.
Sure. I will say that I think, so Epcot's slid to my least favorite. I think the nighttime show is not great. I think the barges that they put out there for the nighttime show are horrifically ugly, and like having them there all day long for a 15-minute show at night does not make any logical sense to me whatsoever. I think the decisions that they're making with regards to the park and IP are not decisions that I would have made with the park. There are decisions that I do like they brought back the old iconography.
I love that stuff.
I love that stuff too, and I think they brought back the old fountain up front. I think that's really beautiful. They're putting in some greenery. I really love that. So I'll go back once they take down all the construction walls and rejudge it again, but I'm not super hopeful. Having said that, Disneyland has grown on me more and more, and there's just this beautiful intimacy at Disneyland that you don't have at any of the parks in Florida. And there's just it's not huge open spaces, it's smaller and there are congestion points and it's less efficient, and that adds to its charm somehow. And so I think Disneyland has slid to my #1 spot, just because of that. There's all of this extra really great stuff. We'll see what happens when they add Lightning Lane there, because that was a mess when we were down there. It was an absolute disaster. The app is horrible. It's very poorly built. The era of JPEG is not an era that I'm digging on. And actually, I offhandedly mentioned it to Cariann not that long ago, well, I'm not sure it makes sense for us to remain Club 33 members at Walt Disney World much longer, because I'm not getting the same joy out of it as I was. We'll see. We'll kind of hold for a minute. I'm not making a decision now, and I don't need to, but if they continue down this trajectory, why would I give them gobs and gobs of money for something that I don't absolutely love and adore?
Yeah.
So you've got me curious. What did they do? I don't really follow the Disney World. So.
They haven't done anything. They haven't done any one specific thing where I'm oh no, that's a horrible thing. It's just, they've been slowly changing the parks over the years. They're not investing money into it really well. They're taking away free they're taking away a bunch of stuff that used to be nice and free, and they're charging you for it. Fast Pass. You basically have to pay for Fast Pass now. You don't basically have to pay for it. You have to pay for it.
Oh
you
my
do.
god.
Oh, it's even better than that. So you buy the privilege to have the ability to buy Fast Pass.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to buy. So they give you something for free called Disney Genie, which will tell you where you can go. And then if you want the ability to get into Fast Pass, which is now called Lightning Lane, you have to buy Disney Genie Plus, which is an addition per person per day. So it's $20 per person per day if you want Genie Plus. And that will get you Lightning Lane on the not e-ticket attractions in the parks. So the lower end attractions, you can then choose, hey, I want to go on this one at this time, this one at this time. And you can hold one at a time and update every 2 hours. But then if you want to go on the e-ticket attractions, if you're at Epcot and you want to go on the Frozen attraction, in addition to that $20 per person per day, you have to spend another variable amount of money, anywhere between, I think it's $10 and $20 per person, per ride, to get into that Lightning Lane.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's highway robbery.
It's a money grab.
That is crazy.
And, I get it, their competitors do it, but, Disney's not their competitors. Generally, they're better. The new attractions that they're putting in, I look at Ratatouille and it was well done, but it's a screen-based simulator. It's okay, well, you did a really good job, but if I wanted a screen-based simulator, I'd go to Universal.
True. And
I'd pay a fraction of the price, and frankly, their screen-based stuff is better than yours.
Yeah.
So why am I doing this? And it's everything is shifting from Disney to Universal. You look at the Harry Potter stuff that Universal is doing. It's crazy immersive. It's Disney level of immersive, and then some. And actually, even then, I think the most immersive stuff I've seen isn't from either one of them. It's from Meow Wolf.
Yeah.
Right? Meow Wolf's Area 15 in Las Vegas broke my brain. It was, if Meow Wolf said, we're gonna create a Club 33 or whatever they would call it, for Meow Wolf installations, I would give up Walt Disney World Club 33 in a heartbeat to do the Meow Wolf version instead. I will
Wow.
not give up Disneyland Club 33 because
No.
I think Disneyland Club 33 retains its charm and it has meaning still for me. It's just the Walt Disney World stuff, I'm not sure. I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm saying I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Alright, any other internet stuff? I went off for a while there.
You did. So, Almanacs.
Yeah.
Almanacs. Okay. Says, how does a clothes situation work? Are you proportioned for female attire, or are you forced to have tailored options?
How does the clothes situation work?
Yeah, clothing.
So it was tricky for a long time. It was tricky because when you're transitioning, especially at first, I still had a male frame, male everything. So you can't just like drop into a dress. It doesn't. I could wear a dress, but I look like a man wearing a dress.
Mm-hmm.
And then as time goes on, hormones take hold a little bit, fat moves in my body, breasts start to grow a little bit. It was a little bit easier with the tops.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that for a very long time I struggled with the bottom. Like tying all of that back and getting that into a position where I was comfortable with it was time consuming and a little bit painful. But I did it every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And because it bothered the bejeebers out of me. And that was my number one thing with transition. Like every transgender man or woman has like a thing that really kind of eats at them a little bit, arguably. That was my thing. That is the number one thing I wanted to have done, and based on what's known as WPATH standards, which is the standards of care for transgender people. That was the last thing I was allowed to touch. And so I did get that taken care of. All that got removed and flipped around September of this year. And so that has made bottom stuff much, much easier. However, I do still have a male frame, right? And the frame doesn't change. So like underneath, like the top part of my rib cage is larger and wider than it would be on most women. But here's the thing. Men and women come in all shapes and sizes. And there are cis women who have this frame. So I can totally find tops that work. The thing with me for tops is I look best in a top that comes down and then cinches in here a little bit and then flares out a bit. Because it kind of gives me a decent looking shape. If I've got a top that comes in and then hugs from here to here, it doesn't look as good on me because it looks like a straight line. Because it's a straight line. Which is why it looks that way. So I haven't had to do anything custom per se, but I have had to it's been a struggle to find clothing. I would argue though that a lot of women have that same struggle though.
Yeah.
Like women's clothing is way harder than men's clothing.
Because it's just there's so much variation in shape.
Yeah.
There is, because men's clothing is here's a square, and here's a box, and here's a box, here you go. Which size box do you want? You have 3 choices. Women's clothing is, okay, well, it can be this shape or this shape. It can be this shape or this shape. It can swoop here or here. It can go down longer or be shorter. And all of that makes a difference as to how it cuts you. And that cut is super important. And so I've just had to find things that cut me well. I used to like things that were longer, that would cut past the groin, so that it would help to cover that up. That made me the most comfortable. I still generally like that because that doesn't just go away, right? So you don't just have the surgery and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I don't have to worry about that anymore. That got built into me for decades. Even when I was male, I would buy pants and things that tried to hide that part of me, not realizing what I was doing. It drove carrying bonkers because it was fashion backwards.
Well, yeah, I just didn't understand.
I didn't either, and I couldn't really explain it to her because I couldn't explain it to myself.
Right. You're just navigating in real time.
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, that little cutting machine thing is also very, very cool.
Is that so handy?
Yeah.
I like. Well, we ran out of the.
I saw that, yeah.
I was like, we're going in.
So good. There's a comment from Brad in the chat room that says, I love Lark's story. I realized, sorry, to move this so I can read it correctly. I realized I was pansexual only a few years ago. And then it disappeared. Hold on a second. For 35 years of my life, I thought I was 100% straight. And then he goes on to say, I feel like a very different person now than I was 5 years ago, and yet I'm still the same Brad.
Love that.
Yeah. Which also, like, Brad, if you want to change your name but not change your name, you could always go by Bradley.
Yeah. I say do what is, like, just find you and own you and be happy with you. You know, my niece, so funny because when my niece came out to me as pansexual when she was 18, it was like a moment where I felt like the old person out of loop because I had never heard that term.
Yeah.
And I was like, what does that mean? And like she's telling me and I'm like Googling it at the same time.
I love it.
And I'm like, oh my god, I'm the one that's out of the loop, you know? And
When did this happen?
yeah, I was just so happy that she felt safe to tell me.
Yeah.
And then on top of it, her other sister eventually came out to me. Well, she didn't really come out, and that was kind of what was the amazing part, because she's 13. And she had posted an Instagram photo that looked like she had been dating like this girl for like a week or two, and then it ended, right? It was like this whole cryptic message. And so when I saw her, and I saw my sister, I was like, did she come out to you? And she's like, you know what, she was like, we've had that conversation. She said she doesn't want to go by any labels, so we respect that. And I was just like, it warmed my heart knowing my sister was so accepting and loving.
Yeah.
And so when I talked to my niece about it, it was quite amazing, because I was like, you know, how is it? I was like, you know, in school, is it easier? Like, are more people gay? Are more people? And she was like, she starts laughing. She's like, you know, she's like, we don't really use labels that much in school. She said, that's an old person thing. And I started laughing and crying.
Yes. Oh,
because I was
1,000%.
so happy and just relieved that like this new generation that we're getting is
Yes.
going to be so much more open and loving and accepting, and it just makes my world. I was the only person that ever come out in my family, and so I was kind of the one to pave that way. And I'm glad that I got to do that. You know, it was scary being that person for a minute, but at the end of the day, when I look and see how it's benefited my little babies, you know what I mean, my nieces, then I'm just like, you know, it was so worth it. You know, do it in a heartbeat all over again.
I think I'm also the first to come out in my family, but I wasn't really afraid. I was more like, well, this is happening.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. And for me, it was really important to tell my family that inner circle first, because I thought that they deserved to know.
Yeah.
Whether or not they supported was up to them, but it was important to me that I respected them enough to tell them before anyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, I could count on one hand the number of people that knew before them, and that was kind of you know, I didn't know what I was doing, so you need a little bit of help, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a dumb question. Here's a dumb question. So, you're going along, you're adding this, I assume you're bleaching out the hair at this point, right? But you started down here.
Correct.
Like an hour and 40 minutes ago. So, do you then cook everything at the same time, or do you, like, once you're done, do you immediately go back to what you started with and remove that, and you just
Once I'm done,
How do you
immediately
know?
Well, number one, I formulate knowing that how detailed I'm gonna get, how long it's gonna take me. So obviously I'm not gonna go with like 40 volume in the back.
Yeah.
Because you have no hair by the end. So
40 volume is the highest volume.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
I'm not
question.
using anything crazy like too high. There is power in here, but like I said, there's also bonders. So what I'm doing is I'm going through, and then when I'm done with everything in the front, I will go look at the back. It'll probably be close to almost there, but I'm just gonna tell you just by guesstimating, I'm probably gonna wanna put you under heat for like 5 minutes.
Sure.
And then let that all mellow together. And I might end up taking the back pieces off sooner.
Oh,
I might, it just depends on how your hair works.
So you have like different levels, you know, you're talking about 40, right?
Yeah.
So usually you have 10, 20, 30, and 40.
Correct.
And so he can start with like, I'm assuming more like a 20 or a 30 on the back. and your head is warmer back there too.
Mhm.
So like traditionally speaking, you don't want to go with a 40 in the back regardless
Right.
because of that, because of all the heat that's coming off of your head. You know what I'm saying? But still, you know, knowing how much time he was going to take going from the back to the front, starting with a lesser volume in the back and then moving up to a higher volume in the front,
So
is going to
the
time everything
chemicals have
out.
actually changed as they've moved up.
Yeah.
They've gotten
Yes.
stronger as you've moved up at the front.
Yeah.
And also, do you notice how instead of you just mixing one big batch and doing it all, I
This is
do it
like the
in portions,
fourth batch.
Yeah.
so that you're constantly getting fresh mixture.
I
Yeah.
did, but I didn't realize that's why you were doing it. I thought that was out of necessity because
It's-
you simply ran out.
No,
But
it's all
really,
of the
it's actually
things.
part of strategy because you want to make sure that what you're applying in the back is different than what you're applying up front because
Exactly.
of the time differential between
Yes.
the two.
Also, you don't want it to
Interesting.
develop as you're putting it on,
Right.
right? So you don't want you don't want to use old product in the very top because
Right.
it's already been developing for whatever it is, an hour and 20 minutes, right?
Sure.
Yes.
So you're literally talking chemistry.
Yeah. It's all chemistry. And then also, you know, so I'm doing like 20 splash of 30.
This is
But
heavy.
then I'm also using,
Yeah.
it gets heavy and you're
Yeah.
like, almost there. Oh my god.
It's
Like,
fine.
I
You're
turned
doing
my
great.
head and I went,
Yeah, it's heavy.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I was blown away at how heavy it was when I turned to look at you.
Well, I was just saying the reason why I also have to add 30 is not only because your hair can, like you said, can be a little stubborn, but I'm also adding these little tinted, like, to help, like,
Nice.
tone it a little bit.
Okay.
And that can kind of mellow down the developer. So, like, there's all the little things that you add to it that you have to know, like, okay, what's gonna get the job done?
Okay.
Like, the bonders also can weaken developer. You
Okay.
know what I mean? So it's keeping the hair intact, so you have to have that little splash of 30. If I didn't have the bonder, I could probably be fine with just going with the 20. But because I'm adding the additives and the bonders in there, then I want to splash of 30 to guarantee that we're actually getting the tone and the lift that we want.
And this is why I go to Lark.
I know.
Right? You're not gonna get this at a regular salon. They're like, when I did this ages ago, they basically had one thing that came out of a singular bottle that they slammed into my hair, they
It wasn't
painted it in. Whatever.
Wow.
They painted it in and that was that. That was basically
It was anyway.
Her
Also, your
hands
hair was
narrow.
like shorter than Lark's is currently, so like
Oh yeah, I had really-
one bowl
Yeah,
was
but
fine.
I wanted, like, but I didn't end up with Lark's color
I
and
know.
you've got fairly dark hair naturally.
My hair's really dark now.
So, and I think I had lighter hair than
Yeah.
you do.
Yeah.
And yet they couldn't get that color out of my hair.
They couldn't?
Well, you were also wimpier and couldn't stand the like bleaching
heat?
process. Yeah,
Or
like
what?
literally the heat.
What part was it that was the
I don't know.
part you couldn't do?
I don't know that there was a part that I couldn't do. I was willing to do whatever it took to get to where I needed to get.
Yeah.
Mhm. Your pain tolerance is a lot less than it is now.
This doesn't hurt.
Well, obviously these are foils. They bleached your whole head last time.
Oh,
Oh,
they
that's
put
right.
it on your scalp.
That's right. They
Yes.
put it on my scalp. In fact, they did start burning my scalp. Yes.
Yes.
Wait, so when they did it, did they put it on your scalp and your ends at the same time?
Yeah.
I
They
mean-
they supplied it everywhere.
Yeah, it just like painted it right on
Oh,
directly.
No wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah, no wonder why. Because even if I was doing a full bleach retouch, I wouldn't even go into your scalp until till the very end. Because that's what cooks the quickest. I say cook, but it
No, no,
lifts
yeah.
the quickest because of the heat, coming from your scalp.
And I am hot-headed, so.
Yeah, I can feel your warmth.
Yes, you are. So, alright, so Almanac, this is so difficult, hold on a second. Almanac says, Jamie, how has transitioning affected daily life? Are you now asking Cariann to help open jars and such because the lack of testosterone has reduced your strength? No snark, just a humorous look at things.
No. Lack of testosterone. has
Okay, to be
abs-
fair, I've always opened jars for you because you have no hand strength ever. I
No,
have
she's-
really
she's-
strong hands.
She does. She has really strong hands, and if it was a jar, I would almost always hand it to Cariann to open. She's not,
But
she's not wrong.
But Almanac also says, I assume there are things that were that you were capable of that now are difficult due to physical changes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I'll be setting up cameras and whatnot, and a case that used to be very easy for me to lift before is now a challenge. And well, yeah, because they're not wrong with the lack of testosterone. The body doesn't have incentive to build muscle anymore, and so it starts sloughing off the muscle. And so I've watched my muscle mass decrease rapidly, and they actually have me on testosterone to help prevent that exact scenario from happening. there are certain things at work that have become more difficult simply because it's harder for me to lift stuff now. Like you can actually see my arm mass. I still have more muscle than a traditional woman would, I think, in the arm, but
It's like softened.
it's softened a lot.
Oh, interesting. So Brad's birth name, given name, is Brad, not Bradley. Brad says, haha, I always hated the name Bradley as a kid because my birth name was Brad. It's grown on me, but only from people who I know are taken from a place of love and care. I mean, that's totally fair.
How about Brad's Pernamus?
Well, and like, much like you were saying, like you were trying to feminize your middle name, like if Brad happens to like their middle name, they could go by their middle name instead, or some sort of variation of initials.
Sure.
BJ is always popular with a certain group of people.
My parents wanted, they named me Benjamin James so they could give me the nickname of BJ, and as a really young kid, without understanding anything.
That is
I was
hilarious.
like, no, I'm not BJ, I'm Benjamin.
Yep,
That's the name you gave me, that's the name you will call me.
yep.
That's my partner's nickname, BJ.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, his name is Bart Johnson, and they all call him BJ.
Oh, for sure. But
And
like, Beej is so cute.
BJ. But it's always so funny when I hear them call him that, because I'm like,
Right.
you know, that was the first time I heard him be called that.
Yeah.
And it was just so weird, because I'm like, BJ?
I think I kind of like JJ.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that I hate that. My gripe is I'm not a huge fan of JJ Abrams.
Mm.
Like, he's a fine person, but like,
Well, it's
he ruined Star Trek for me.
no offense to Jamie. It's hard to like make Jamie into a nickname.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
JJ, you can do JJ.
I mean, I've been calling you James, which is funny
That works too.
all the way around because
I mean, it
like
works doubly.
it does, but like I
I like
feel
Jamie.
bad. Yeah. I'm surprised my parents never called me CJ. Actually,
CJ's a good one.
like they just never. They just always called me. If they called me anything to short my name, they would call me Carrie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're beautifully backlit.
Did you ever go through a phase where you changed your name, like when you were younger or anything?
Not really. I don't like people calling me Carrie. I was born in Florida and my parents are both from New York, and so they have that like New York East Coast accent. So instead of Carrie, it was always Carrie. And I like Carrie. I don't mind people calling me Carrie. But
I
as soon
can't
as it turns to
pronounce it correctly.
Carrie, I don't, it irks me.
Carrie.
Yeah, Carrie or Cariann.
That's a harder one for me to say too.
It's actually really difficult for a lot of people to say, which I didn't think it
Because it's
was.
like an accent thing.
It's more
It is.
Cariann.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if people can call me Carrie, then I'm fine. But almost nobody can. And Carrie is so like Kerri to me. Like it's such a weird
Carrie.
like deformation of my name that I don't like it.
Yeah.
So, but Cariann is fine, and I usually introduce myself as Cariann because, again, most people can't pronounce Cariann, so like that's fine.
No, you introduce yourself as Cariann, like Marion, but with a K.
Yeah, because almost everybody hears my name incorrectly. So I'll say, yeah, so I have to explain my name not every time, but nearly every time that I introduce myself.
Cariann, like Marion, but with a K.
But with a K. And then most people remember. Although one girl at work was like, so was your name Ariane? And I was like, oh my god, please don't ever say that.
Oh my god.
Right? And she's like, all I can remember is something with a K. And I was like, it's with the K, though. Please put the K back into my name. Yeah, I like, for a very, 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 very short time, I kind of got obsessed with girls with boys' names, which is kind of
Love it.
funny right now.
Yeah.
And so
I
like,
love that.
I love it. I think, and there is like a model
Stevie is
name.
one of my favorite
Stevie's like
little
the best.
Stevie.
Stevie, I think there is a supermodel, and her name is James. And so like
I always liked Alex on a girl.
I like
don't know
Alex
why.
on a girl. I like Sam on a girl.
Sam was another good one, yeah.
And anything even kind of androgynous, but still like Corey, Cody. Like I could totally get down with that. I actually have a female friend named Kyle, because her dad is Asian. I don't remember we're in Asia, but his philosophy was like, if it ends in a Y or an E, it's obviously a female name. So her name is Kyle, and then her sister's name, oh my goodness, I can't remember off the top of my head, and I don't want to fail at that, but also is like what Americans would traditionally consider to be a male name. No, but I've always liked that kind of thing, and I think I took like a short story or like a playwright class in college once, and we had to write a short like one-act play about something that we knew about or something that we had gone through, and I was involved in it, but I didn't want to give myself my own name, and I think I called myself Chris, maybe? It was something like that. It was just like, yeah, kind of androgyny, kind of male on a female sort of situation, but yeah, I think that's about it. After that, I was like, I realized, because there was some frustration when I was younger of my name being too unique and people not really getting it or not understanding, like, and the reason I usually pronounce it as Cariann with like Marianne, because Marianne they assume is one name. They don't assume that the girl's first name is Mary and her middle name is Anne. But if I introduce myself as Cariann, a lot of times I'll get this like, oh, Carrie, and I'm like, no, Cariann. And they're like, well, your middle name's Anne. And I was like, oh, I never said that. Like, my middle name's actually Joy, thanks for asking. So like, to make it clear and apparent that Cariann is the entirety of my first name, and I would prefer you use all of it. Like, so that you know, that short part of it sort of helps with that. So there, like I said, as a younger kid, and we moved when I was like 7, we moved when I was 10, we moved when I was 13, almost always in the middle of the school year. So I was always the new kid with the weird name, like that. There was some frustration around that part of it. But now anymore, I prefer it because it does stick out and it is different and it is unique. And, you know, every once in a while you get somebody who go, oh, like Cariann Moss. Like, cool, great. At least you've heard the name before. Or Cariann Inaba. Yep. I don't dance, but yes, absolutely. So, like, that is nice for that part of it.
I was never able to properly pronounce Carrie because I'm Midwestern, and so it comes out Carrie, and you're like, no, and I'm like, Carrie, you're like, no,
No,
Carrie, you're like, no, I'm like, Carrie, and you're like, fine. So
And I have a Tucson accent. And someone once came to me and they're like, you're from Tucson, huh? And I'm like, how do you know?
Oh,
and they're like, you have a
right.
Tucson accent. And everything is like ER.
Yeah?
Yeah, Carrie, like, so when you say like, how do you say it? How do you say it?
Carrie?
Carrie.
Carrie.
It's like cat,
Carrie.
but Carrie.
Carrie?
Carrie. It just doesn't, because it doesn't come natural to me.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, me either.
It's definitely an accent thing. It's definitely, yeah. And it's definitely regional. And it's definitely like New York, East Coast, like that.
Oh, I can see that totally.
Yeah. I had one aunt who just called me Cat.
Cat.
Cat?
Mm-hmm.
Cat.
Can I call you Cat?
Not if you're gonna say it like that, no.
Cat.
No, this poor woman is rolling over her grave right now.
It's like saying cat without a T.
Yeah, exactly.
Carrie.
Oh, Brad's middle name is Alan, and he's not really a fan. But you could be BA.
Bah.
That'd be badass.
Badass. Hey, BA.
Was it Mr. T's character B.A. Baracus in
Wait a minute, hold up. I think it's Bam.
What?
I think it would be Bam. We could call him Bam.
Bam, that's true. Yeah. Brad Mullen.
Mm-hmm.
Bam.
Bam.
That's cute.
That is really cute. I'm pretty sure Mr. T's character name in the A-Team was B.A. Baracus. I'm near positive.
Really?
I'm like, look it up. Somebody has to know.
Oh yeah, how's your battery doing?
Oh, I have no idea. Actually, and I can't see on the screen. So nobody knows anything.
No one does anything. Well, we're through the home stretch, so we just have a couple more on these sides, but it is coming along gorgeous.
64%.
Oh, we're doing fine.
Yeah, no. Brad's like, nothing wrong with Alan, it just doesn't fit me personally. I totally get that. It's like, so Alex is like, is it like Cariann but Cariann instead? I mean, yeah, I guess.
Hates it when you say carry on, Cariann.
I don't mind. I don't mind the comparison. I just don't like, oh, Cariann. Like,
Hates it.
or I sometimes get sung to like, Cariann, my wayward son. It's not,
Love that
it's not the same.
I was very wrong about the color on this. This looks phenomenal on you. This top.
That's a beautiful color.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you said it didn't.
I know, I was
earlier.
like, what is happening?
No, because
You're
when
like, are you
she was
ready?
gonna buy it, she was like, "How's this color?" I'm like, I think it washes you out a little
Yeah,
bit.
she really didn't like it, and I went behind her back and bought it anyway.
I'm glad she did because like it looks really good on her.
Thank you.
That store had bad lighting.
It probably did, yeah.
Maybe. Like I really did feel like I was giving her an honest answer.
Yeah.
Like,
I
it washes
appreciate
you out,
that.
and then I saw it like I've seen it a couple times, and
And I
every time she
still
wears it, I'm like, actually, no, this is great on you.
Thank you. It's like the most random comment. So I appreciate it. Almanax's initials, I'm assuming, are PSRC, and that works for nothing.
PSRC. Persk.
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 Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Persk.
Or Percy.
Percy. Perry.
Percy.
I like Perry and the Platypus.
Perry the Platypus.
We're giving people new names.
Such a good show.
Oh,
Almanax works though. That's funny. But yeah, a hard jar to open would always be my job regardless. Before Jamie ever
Oh, yeah.
existed.
I never like. She just has stronger hands than I do. I've actually always had kind of girly hands.
Mm-hmm.
They're softer than her hands are. And even Ben's hands were softer than
That's because I
Cariann's.
work with my hands.
I don't.
Yeah.
I just
You tippy tappy on a computer.
I tippy tap on a computer, or I build cables. And,
Yeah.
But you can always tell because I'd just be covered in blisters,
Yeah.
like down
Wow.
each side of my hand when I did that. Yeah.
because you're so sensitive to it.
Yeah, building cables, especially if there's a single piece crimp ends, you're rubbing against your skin constantly.
Oh my god.
And so when you're building like hundreds of these cables, to be fair, all of us would get blisters.
Yeah.
It's just that mine would be the worst. They would get like minor blisters, I would just like my whole side of my hand would pop up.
And you can't wear gloves or anything?
You can, it's just a little bit harder to, like, you
To
need to
really
kind of be able to
grasp.
feel stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
I've actually just moved to 3-piece kits because then you don't have to do that same motion. And it takes a little bit longer, but like it doesn't hurt my hands and I can build hundreds of them. So and they cost less. So like I did that. What?
The email. This one.
I'm curious to read that now.
It's long.
Sorry.
That's good, you can go. Perfect.
See, like, it's just, I can't pull it off. Let's see here. Yeah, but of all of these, this is my favorite. I just don't think.
That still has some gold in it though.
It does, but
Yeah.
like, it's way cooler than like that one.
Oh, totally.
Or
definitely.
like, I mean, this one's a little more strawberry EE. I'd probably be okay with strawberry EE. I don't know. Let's see here.
Well, once we get these off, this is what's going to tell us what direction we can go.
Cool.
Because that'll kind of tell us, okay, cool, she's busting out a lot of warmth, you know, or wants to have a lot of.
Canary yellow.
I mean, I'm having good feelings about this personally.
Well, I trust you a lot more than anything else I've done before. I will say that I have bleached my hair many times in the past, and it has never gone, like they've always
You've
struggled.
never gotten that color, huh?
They've always struggled to pull my natural hair color out.
Yeah.
And certainly the better stylists do better, but like, what are we showing?
I just want to be really clear.
What?
I was correct. In the A team, first, Sergeant First Class Bosco, quote unquote, BA, which stood for bad attitude, Whorgeous was played by Mr. T. So I was correct. because I'm old and I remember that. Just terrible all the way around, but we'll pretend.
Mr. T.
Mr. T. I wanted to be Mr. T when I grew up.
You did?
Yeah, when I was really little.
That's cute. And who didn't love
You know,
Mr. T?
not quite understanding how that works. I wanted to be Mr. T. I thought that would
Pity
be
the fool.
exactly. Thought that'd be the coolest. Michael Burnham. That's funny, Brad. You almost have enough foil to equal a penny on your head right now.
Right?
Is that how much the foil costs too?
No, those foils are definitely more expensive.
I'm like, is it heavy yet?
It was heavy before.
Really?
It's not super heavy. It's not like I can't make
But you
it.
can
but
feel it.
I can definitely feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we mentioned earlier, I turned my head to look at you and I went, oh, there's a lot of weight there.
I'm like, what channel are you receiving right now?
Yeah.
Let me tune into the universe.
Oh.
Incoming message from the big giant head.
Was it big giant head?
Was it? I don't remember.
I always thought it
The
was
giant
just
big head, or just the big head?
I thought
What
it
was it from Mars Attack?
This is from
Third Rock for the Sun.
Yeah, Third Rock for the Sun.
Oh.
Which just turned like 30 or something.
Oh my god, I'm old.
What?
I know.
Are you serious?
I think it was 30. It might be 20, but it's definitely 30.
We've
Or,
got-
I mean, it's at least 20.
I'm like, so it came out when I was 5?
Oh
No.
god, I'm older than you.
Alright, hold on.
I'm 35.
Oh god.
Oh god.
I got old.
You know what? Age should be celebrated.
1996 is its premiere.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah.
So almost 30. You were in between.
Yeah, 25. I literally had to do that math, which is terrible.
Any other questions from the internet? Or are they just sitting here?
Um,
We still have 9 viewers?
They finally caught up to Bam Bam, so that's good. Almanac said, I never thought SNL's characters Hans and Franz saying, nothing but a
They're here
girly
to
man.
pump you up.
Yes, you're nothing but a girly man. So that Jamie turned that into a positive.
I'm here to help.
Yes. Yeah, we're finally up to Bam and Bam Bam, which is great. So I appreciate that. Which is like, what, a 10-minute lag time?
Are you sure you're at the bottom of the messages?
Yeah, I can't scroll anymore.
Okay.
I finally figured that part out.
Scrolling.
Yeah, it took me a minute. Alright,
More on this
I
side.
was saying, how many foils do you think you have in your hand?
Oh god, I have
Oh
no
my gosh,
idea.
how many do you think we have? We probably have.
How full was that box when you started?
Oh, like almost halfway.
So, probably
No.
400?
I'm gonna guess. I don't know. That's a really good question.
I know, right?
Because there's gotta be, I mean, at least 10.
Yeah.
Because if that was halfway, that's 250 just in that box
I
alone.
would say probably maybe 200 she'll have by the end.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
No, it's just a fun.
Getting there.
We're getting there.
Yes.
The fun part
it's
is when you
gotta be.
take off all the foil and then you see everything.
Yeah.
It's just like, yes! Like magic. I mean, this is literally my favorite thing to do.
Foils or hair or what?
Bleaching hair.
Oh. How come?
You know what? I bleached my hair when I was 9 years old, and I've been obsessed with it ever since. I just think it's amazing how you can just transform something so easily and readily, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like I think when I first discovered like how quick I could just change my hair, and you know, you're right, when you talk about how important hair is and how you had to discover that, I think that's what I discovered, was just the ability to, yeah, I can change my names, but I can also change my hair every day,
Mhm.
you know?
It makes you feel like a different person.
It does,
Yeah.
and you get to tap into different little parts of you. You know, sometimes colors make you feel more bold. Sometimes they make you feel a little bit more like just observing. And sometimes, you know what I mean? It switches the whole feeling.
Someday I'll be brave enough to go purple.
Yeah. Why don't you do like little clip-in extensions?
Maybe.
And then you don't have to worry about changing anything. And then if you like it, then do the color.
That's not a bad idea.
You know?
Actually, the nice thing about that is then I can change the color to whatever I'm wearing.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure I'm there yet mentally though. I'll get there.
Have you ever had extensions? It's a different feeling. Some people love it, some people do not.
Really?
Yeah, and then some people get addicted to it.
Mm.
Some people, you take them out, and they're like, I only want to have extensions for the wedding that I'm going to. And then you do them, and then you take them out, and they're like, I'm bald, I need the hair back. And it's like, no, you just got used to the extensions.
I don't know. My hair is so freaking thick that I don't know.
You have so much hair. Oh my god, you do not need more hair.
I feel like you need, like, I wish my hair were a little longer, but like, it's so thick.
Yeah.
It takes forever to dry. It does whatever it wants to do. It does not care what I want it to do. Yeah. I mean, grass is always greener, right?
Always.
Like, at least I have nice thick hair that
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
they were able. Like my hair was like a perfect candidate for transplant. They're like, oh, this will go great, and it did.
Exactly. Yeah, your hair's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I've used the crap out of it for a while, and it's still pretty decent.
Right. You sizzled it with that flat iron, and nothing was gonna stop it from being gorgeous.
Exactly.
Which is
Yeah.
funny because remember in high school?
It's like,
What? Okay, what?
Remember your hair in high school?
It would swoop down over my face.
Yup.
Yeah.
really?
She pulled a Justin Bieber before Justin Bieber existed.
But that was just because that's what my hair would do with that length.
Yeah.
And like my mom would bring me to like cost cutters and whatnot, and I didn't know. And so they're like, here you go, and they would just make it shorter, and then that's what it would do.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was awful.
I have a picture of me of little jams.
Little
with-
jams?
With my bangs. And I had my head shaved, and I only had bangs.
No.
And that's how I wore my hair until 16, 17 years old. From the age 8 or 9.
Yes.
I just had bangs, and that's what I would color. So I would have my little fishing tackle kit that turned into my hair color kit.
I love it.
And I would just bleach my bangs or highlight them.
Yeah.
For my 8th grade graduation, I bleached out my whole head and I did hot pink leopard spots.
No.
And then my bangs were just like hot pink with like black streaks in them. It was pretty cool. I had other people's parents coming to the stage to take pictures of me. It was kind of amazing.
That is amazing.
And my best friend at the time, you know, I don't think I was so shy, but my best friend at the time, she was just always so bold and did not care what people thought. She did not, for a second, care what people thought about her. And I think that really rubbed off on me. You know what I mean? It kind of brought me out of my shell. And so she, you know, had the hot pink leopard spots, and I was wearing an orange shirt that said Fugitive, big baggy raver pants, and then like an orange reflector vest.
Yes.
Meanwhile, all the other kids are like in suits and proper dresses.
Yeah.
And then me and my best friend, I'm wearing that, and then she's wearing this like soft pink dress with like a tiara, and her hair's baby pink. And it was just like, we're showing up for this 8th grade
For
graduation.
sure. Oh my god, it's amazing.
It's 8th grade and we brought it.
Exactly. I wasn't even Lark yet.
So good.
That was Brandon popping out. No, I wasn't Lark at that point, I don't think. But yeah, she was the one who kind of gave me that boldness to be like, who cares? Because I think I did kind of care a lot what people thought. And you know what I mean? It did affect me. And then she kind of showed me like, you don't need to care what people think.
Okay, well then eventually someday we're gonna do some sort of really cool rainbow hair on my head.
Oh, did you see that rainbow hair that I did on one of my clients?
No.
Oh, I'll just show you a picture. I did this.
I love rainbow hair.
I did this really cool rainbow hair. It was a full day of work and it
I
was
can imagine.
amazing. And like literally from that day, like she's always like, that was the best hair you ever did. She's like, and I mean out of everyone. And I was like, she's like, everyone was just stopping me, like, who did your hair?
Oh my god, okay, well now I'm gonna have to do rainbow hair from you sometime.
I'll definitely show you a picture too.
But yeah, look, welcome to little baby hairs.
Right?
Yeah.
Here, let's go in. Look at these little babies.
They've had 7 months to grow.
Aw.
They're so cute.
Do you like how I just like they're on this like frequency?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
The only problem is like, then I kind of dive into like, I get a little bit sleep, I'm like,
Oh, that's normal. I have clients who fall asleep all the time.
Really? Yeah.
Actually, there's times where like literally one of my clients, I was doing the blow dry and her head's just like knocking down and literally was the perfect position because then I can really get the crown of the hair.
Oh, totally.
I was like, this is perfect.
That's so good.
She's like, I just knock out every time.
Yeah, there's something very relaxing about like that,
Mm-hmm.
this,
Don't
it's
play
just
with your
like,
hair.
yeah, it's just kind of like,
Yeah. I'm surprised you're still awake.
well, the internet, I have
Oh,
to
yeah,
entertain the
yeah.
internet.
We have entertainment.
Yes,
I know.
exactly.
Let's see. There's a question to me about why I decided to step back from the on-screen of tomorrow. Then there's a question to Jamie about what broadcast from S3C or tomorrow was the most fun and why? Do you miss going on location?
Mm.
I think last space shuttle launch.
Yeah, I think so too. And that's when we grew up with my dad, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, because we were on for 17 hours, we broke everything.
Yeah.
We broke you, we broke me, we broke your father, we broke.
I enjoyed the subtle little things that we did with the space shuttle launches, like changing our shirts based on go no-go status.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoyed stuff like that. That was really the experimental time for. Can you hold that?
Sure. Thank you.
For like, these are little itty bitty hairs. I don't want to do anything, by the way, but I'm holding it because they just all I want to do is stick straight up.
Oh, until I want them to stick straight up. Then they're
Right.
like,
And
no, I want to go on the foil.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. They're super annoying. You know, a lot of what you see on a lot of different broadcasts today from a bunch of different people were actually born out of that era. And so I kind of miss doing some of that. How's it looking?
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's literally perfect timing because I get to start taking off the ones from the back, just like I said I would.
And Cariann didn't really, I wouldn't say that you step back. I would say that this isn't, it's kind of what I described in the show. This isn't the thing that you love to do. And so I'm not going to make you do a thing that you don't love to do. It takes real work and effort. And so, like, that doesn't make sense.
It's funny because you kind of already answered this question, but it says, Jamie, do you feel a bit of personal pride that basically all launch broadcasts today use a variant of your on-screen data graphics packages?
A little bit. I don't think anyone realizes that, like, I'm the sole person who made that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is gonna sound totally egotistical, but that part of it wasn't really teamwork.
Yeah.
That was, I went to people and I'm like, I want to do this. And here's an example of me doing it before, and I want to continue to do this here, but I want to make it better. And so we mocked up how to make it better. And had they actually taken my full-on advice, the initial suite would have been far greater than what we ended up with,
Mm-hmm.
but I was too chicken to do it at that time. And so what we ended up with was still great,
Mm-hmm.
but like, yeah, there was some real awesome stuff that was happening there, and it feels good. It was kind of neat to watch Roscosmos lift my graphics package almost perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, a country just stole my work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's pretty cool. Everyone's kind of moved past that now. Like they're trying to do their own variation on a theme. I think that's the thing that's holding everyone back is that don't do variations on a theme. Think about it. Think about what would be great from a viewership perspective. There's so much more you can do. I've only deployed about 25 to 35% of what I ever actually envisioned. There's so much more that can actually be done. My hands are a little bit tied right now, so I haven't found a way to actually do the rest of it. But it doesn't need to be me, it can be someone else. But everyone just sees, they're just copying what they already saw. They're not actually like imagining something new. I can feel it coming up, but I can't see it.
I know, it's so satisfying. This is like one of my favorite parts.
I'm trying to like strain my eyes over to
Cause like
see
this is like the very back of your head. You're not gonna be able to see that.
Womp womp.
Ooh, I can smell it now.
Can you?
Oh, I was able to smell it earlier when they started doing the top
Just
foils.
a little bit.
Yeah.
I must be immune. I don't smell it anymore.
It's not heavy in any way, shape, or form. It's just like it's more like familiar. Like yes.
You remember it?
The hair bleach smell. Yes, I know what that smells like. Yeah. Don't imitate, innovate.
Yeah, don't imitate, innovate. Now there's some imitation that's going to need to naturally occur because there's the base there. I only did the base, I only did the foundation work, but if you think about what the rocket is doing and how the viewer is interacting with the stream, I feel like there's some really basic stuff that no one's trying to do. And I haven't been able to sell it. I actually tried to sell it for 5 years and I just gave up. So I'm kind of holding on to it for whatever's next. But like, I feel like someone can do it. Roscosmos started getting closer, but they kind of, you gotta think, yeah.
Brad agrees with you about J.J. Abrams, kind of. He says, yeah, J.J. did not do the Star Wars franchise any favors,
No.
but I don't think he destroyed it because I feel like the TV shows like Mandalorian prove that they can take the universe in a better direction.
Well, that would be Star Wars. And so, like, I'm okay with Mandalorian and with Rogue One. So J.J. Abrams did both Star Trek and Star Wars, and he kind of broke both of them a little bit. He did reboot Star Wars in a better way than he rebooted Star Trek, but like he took Star Trek and almost made it into Star Wars, and that's not what Star Trek is. And so he just completely changed its trajectory, and I want them to remove that part of it from canon. I'd be like, okay, well, just kidding, that was an alternate universe, it's no longer considered canon, and go back to where they were before. I think that would actually be a better reboot for Star Trek. I actually enjoyed Picard. I think right now the best Star Trek right now is Lower Decks.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, that's really, really great.
Good luck. You're not gonna see anything.
I'm trying.
You're trying.
I know.
I'm really trying. I'm like,
Yes, really trying.
Right. You're like, let me see. Let me see a glimpse.
I'm trying.
Well, the best part is like unless you have a trained eye to it, it's gonna look much more white because some of the product is still on it.
Totally.
So like, you're not gonna see what
I
you
get
think
it, I
you're
get it, I
seeing
get it.
anyway.
It's still fun to see where it's at.
Also,
Yeah.
this is just the first part of the process, right? There's still more that has to happen, I guess.
Yeah, we still have to do once.
No,
I
we're
wash,
just gonna take the foils out and then we get to go
and then
home.
we're done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, you don't have to dry it or style it or anything.
That's awesome.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, ready? We're gonna rinse out this back part. So
Okay.
come on with me.
Let's go.
Okay, goodbye.
Perfect.
Alright. Where do you want me?
Oh, here, real quick. Perfect. I'll put a little flat clip so that I can hold the foils out of my way as we're rinsing.
Try to fall asleep.
Oh, so relaxing.
Mm-hmm. Johnny Spencer's asking you watch Foundation.
I can't hear you right now, sorry.
Okay,
What did you say?
we'll get to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess there's at least 250 foils.
Gotta be.
I like trying to count us.
What was the question, Cariann?
If you've watched Foundation,
Oh yeah,
do you like it?
I did not like it at first. It has grown on me quite a bit. I did not read the book.
Which Disney princess would you be if you could choose?
Sit and Ray. Does that count?
I don't think that counts, but sure.
Why not? Sid Ray was hot Ray. Except for the weird teeth.
Okay. Ted Lasso.
Oh yeah, love Ted Lasso.
Okay, let's go on back over.
Alright.
Alex is wondering about an American perspective to the Ted Lasso show.
I like it. I like it a lot. It's endearing. It's very sweet.
Drawn little bits in there.
Well, I can't tell.
Yeah.
Well, you can't see it.
I can't see it. It's
The
the back of my
Cariann can see it. Cariann.
Yep, I can see it.
This is the torture device.
This is sweet.
Okay, ready for a little warm. It's gonna get a little bit warm. You won't be under too long.
I'm fine.
Ready? Watch your feet.
I'm good. Yeah, I love that it comes with sound effects.
the seashell sounds. Yeah, see, you can't see anything yet, but you see all these little blondies.
I do.
You can barely see it from where. Oh yeah, you can't see it from where you are.
No, I'm farsighted, so yeah, I kind of can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so now the other ones are gonna process.
Okay. Now is a great time to ask me questions.
Great.
Hurt your finger?
Yeah,
Were you gnawing at your cuticles?
yeah.
Oh my god, I am falling asleep.
The brain combobulator.
Can't hear you, but yes.
Yeah. It needs antenna sticking out of it. Have you guys never seen one of these before? What's wrong with all of you?
Yeah, like how have you not seen one of these before? It's actually brilliantly simple engineering, which is my favorite bit, right?
I know,
Because
because these have looked the same since like the 40s.
Because they're so simple, but super effective, right? You've got effectively a bowl where hot air is coming in, and then another interior bowl that has a bunch of circles to push the hot air like evenly throughout my entire head. And then just a simple heater and a freaking fan, effectively. It's so simple, but super effective. And very loud. I'm surprised Dyson hasn't made one of these yet.
I mean, they might have. Wait, Brad, what is Strange New World? Tell me more. If Dyson made one, it would look like a donut. Yeah, I mean, it would probably still be just as effective though.
Wait, what be as effective?
If Dyson made one, it might look like a donut.
Yeah. It would also both be quieter and louder somehow.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't be as loud in my ear, but it'd have a high-pitched squeal to it.
No, effective does not always equal comfortable, but sometimes it does. It's like a rocket engine combustion chamber injector.
Kinda.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, like the Merlin's, what is that called? It's the, Pintle.
Wait, how have I not heard of Strange New Worlds? You guys, I feel like you are failing me right now. Well, you're not because you're telling me about it. Have you heard about Strange New Worlds? Star Trek series with Captain Pike at the helm?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you have failed me because you haven't told me about it.
Oh, sorry.
Ah.
How's it look? I can't see it. I mean, I can see a little
Looks
bit.
like you have foil in your head.
Stupid.
You're stupid. It doesn't matter what it looks like right now because he's still gonna tone it.
You have a work phone?
Yeah, give me a second. Will it with your mind. Will it with your mind. Yeah, you're right, that doesn't work. Here.
She's using my technique against me. I'm watching me on the live stream.
Crazy pants.
Patrick says, Mounts has been doing a great job playing Captain Pike. I agree. Why did I mess up big time? Hello everyone. Hi
Big time.
everyone. Hi Johnny. Almanac, and
Big time.
Patrick. Oh hey, we have 16 viewers now. We've added 7 viewers.
Oh, good job. Proud of you.
Store. Let's see if I can do this correctly. Like store. Oh, there's too much of a delay. Hey Ryan. Oh, I'm gonna be able to switch over to my new Memoji.
Oh yeah, good call.
Although it's probably not gonna be quite as bright as I have it in there.
You're not quite as bright.
That's true. Is this fascinating watching me heat my head while surfing the internet?
Yeah, obviously.
Hello Zeke, good to see you.
Looking forward to season 6 of The Expanse.
I don't watch The Expanse. I really enjoyed the political part of The Expanse, like Earth on the verge of war with Mars. I thought that was really interesting, and like the disparity between that and then the belters. I thought that was all really cool. Once they added the particle, the neoparticle, or the parapart, whatever that was, I kind of lost interest. And then they really started focusing on that, and I was like, not my thing. Johnny Spacer, good to hear your voice, Cariann, and your not so subtle jabs at Jamie. Almanacs, what else am I going to do when trapped quarantining in a hotel room in Germany? Well, I'm glad that we could bring you 6+ hours of entertainment.
Whatever this is.
Whatever, yeah, I wouldn't say entertainment, of whatever this is, to help you quarantine. Brad, what has been the most meaningful interaction you've had with a celebrity or public figure?
Most meaningful?
So, one of the better interactions was probably with The Rock. Well, no, more meaningful. It was very short-lived, but I think it meant a lot to the...
It didn't mean a lot to you, it meant a lot to who we were with.
Yeah, it didn't mean, exactly, it didn't mean anything
I
to
never
me.
even know with the Leland Melvin story.
The which one?
Leland Melvin.
Is that the,
Uncrustables.
yeah, that's a good story.
Mm-hmm. You were asked the question.
Okay, well, Cariann, what's been the most meaningful interaction you've had with a celebrity or public figure?
That may or may not be my particular. In fact, that would not be my answer. That might be
it's not-
your
It's
answer,
actually
though.
not my answer either. Most meaningful. I've got a bunch of like, they were being a dick to me answers. Like, sadly, Seth Green did not leave a super great impression with me.
You've had a number of
I
interactions.
don't know. I think the problem is they're all just humans, and so I don't view them as celebrities. They're just
Right.
people, and so I tend to leave them alone. Like, if I'm working with them, we've got a job to do. We do our job. Most of them are like you and me. They're not that different.
There is a really great moment of both you and Bill Nye wearing Google Glass at the same time
That's true.
and talking about that for a minute.
Bill Nye is an interesting character. You need to keep his blood sugar up, and he'll be on. But if his blood sugar drops, he goes with his blood sugar level. So yeah. Xanax, getting pampered like an absolute queen. What a way to start the weekend. Absolutely. And it's Empress, not Queen.
Oh, wow.
Johnny Spacer agreed about the expanse. He should have kept the story within the solar system. Yeah. Zeke says, I didn't like the particle stuff, but the last season Amazon did was actually pretty good. I mean, I'll check it. Johnny Spacer says, Elon is a celebrity. Yeah, but we started at Company X prior to him being celebrity.
Yeah.
He didn't have the cachet. Is that what I'm looking for? He didn't have, he wasn't a household name at that point.
Yeah.
And so I just don't view him in the same way, because that's that is a loud machine actually. I didn't realize how loud it was until you took it away.
And now you're like, I can hear.
And now I can hear again. Perfect.
So that's gonna sit and cool for a couple of minutes.
Okay. What was the most successful moment in broadcasting and why? I think I'm going to say that it was a success out of a failure. I'm not sure this is the most successful one, but this is the one that I remember. There are a handful of stories that I can remember, like oh my god, moments. Falcon Heavy. We've lifted off. We're about to release the ferry. Now, the thing to understand is there's only one downlink from the vehicle. And so even though you're switching between cameras, there's only one, it's switching on the rocket, and then they're sending those feeds down. And there are certain feeds that we are not allowed to broadcast. And so we sanitize those out. And so anytime you're looking at the rocket and all of a sudden it cuts to a map, that's not us cutting the map, that's the sanitization system saying, no, you can't see this feed, and it cuts away. And it does that based on what camera is showing. So it goes, oh, hey, I've detected you're on, camera B is not allowed, go to the map. So we're on Falcon Heavy, and one of the team members had made a last minute change to the camera system, and did, part of the code of it, and didn't tell me. And I, prior to that flight, because there was so much new with Falcon Heavy, I had pinged everyone, and I was like, hey, this is what I'm expecting, this is what I'm programming into our system. Everyone agrees with this, and everyone signed off on it, but the data was incorrect. The data was missing the primary payload camera. Looking up at inside the fairing is the path camera. It was the one that was looking at the Tesla and star map. And so we've got the music queued up, we've got it timed to release with the payload fairing, and so we're in the control room and we're watching, and we watch on the raw feeds as the payload fairing releases, and we watch on our sanitized system as it's stuck on a map, and we're like, oh my god, we've missed the moment. What happened? And you might remember in the live broadcast, we did show the payload fairing releasing. And the way we were able to do that is because I turned it in, I took failure into a success. So time slowed down for me. And I was able to realize we actually had a replay system, which we don't normally have, but we had one for this one. And we happened to have the raw feed going into the replay system. And so I basically mashed on all of the buttons on my comm console because I wasn't sure what replay was listening to because they were in a different room. So I'm like, re-cue 3 seconds, and I took control of the show. Keep in mind, I'm the engineer. I'm not calling the show, I'm not punching the show. In that moment, it did not matter. I took control of the show. I told the technical director, I want you to queue up replay A, go backward 3 seconds, and immediately queue forward. They went backwards. They began playing forward from that moment. As soon as I saw the restricted camera leave, I said, cut to that. And it just so happened to happen right on the beat. And so, right at the beat of the music, you guys, seconds after it actually happened, got to see the payload fairing release because we did it in replay. And then now we're in a position where this is not great because we're in a spot where if we cut back to a restricted camera, it's going to broadcast, and that's not good. And so I'm now as soon as we got that moment, I'm watching the live feed and I'm watching the replay, which is a little bit behind real time, and I'm waiting for it to cut to something we can't show before I have to manually cut to a map before we then manually cut back into the stream as I frantically started reprogramming the system on the fly while we're live with the updated data that I was seeing from the vehicle. I was able to get that in for the next go around, and from that moment forward we remained sanitized. I think that was a really good moment because we ended up showing that incredible moment to the world. We didn't miss it. And it also showed the entire team working together to bring that moment to everyone. How's that for a start?
Sure. Did you get an Emmy for that?
For Falcon Heavy? No, I did not get an Emmy for Falcon Heavy.
I know.
I got an Emmy for EM2, got an Emmy for Crew 1. Oh, I don't remember what the second Emmy's for. Is that terrible of me?
I think it was Demo 2 and Crew 1.
Oh, you're
I think
right.
they were back to back.
Yeah. Demo 2 was definitely the first one for SpaceX.
Yeah.
And then
I'm pretty sure it was Crew 1.
Crew 1, I think, is the second one for SpaceX, yeah. Sure.
I'm doing all the running around.
Oh, you're totally fine.
You just see me zooming in the background.
Yes.
Leland says, I missed the round tables with Athena, Jared, and others. Yeah, they were neat. I think part of the problem is there's something about the set where people tend to pucker up and get really self-conscious about saying the wrong thing on the air or being wrong on the air, and you can't have that and have, to your point earlier, have an authentic show. And I always wanted the show to be kind of like a bunch of friends having a drink and nerding out over space. and it just wasn't working that way. And so I really think that the new format is a much better format. You willed me with your mind.
I know you felt it. You felt the pull.
Have you ever thought about getting into directing movies?
Directing movies?
Yep.
I don't know, I got live in my blood. I don't know how good I would be at movies. There's just something different about them. There's an immediacy and kind of an adrenaline rush in live that you just don't get in a movie, but there's certainly better storytelling, and I think that's part of what makes me a successful director for live is I'm always looking for the story and trying to tell the story, and I think that's what sets me apart from a lot of my counterparts, is that I think they're just looking for the moment and I'm looking for the overall story.
I mean, it's lifted beautifully.
Awesome.
Just what we wanted. Perfect. Yeah, so now what we're going to do is we're going to shampoo, condition. I'm going to do a nice protein treatment in because I like to put back the nutrients that we took out.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take you over, I'm going to towel dry you, and we're going to do a nice little toner.
Okay.
And what the toner does is it just, you know, as you're bleaching your hair, all those underlying pigments get exposed.
Yeah.
So the toner just goes in and balances the tone that we're looking at.
Cool.
Cuts out any excess colors that we don't want to see and puts in some tones that we do want to see.
Makes sense. So it literally tones it.
Exactly. A toner does exactly what they say they're going to do, and I appreciate that. How is it being under the dryer?
That's fine.
Okay.
It's a little loud, but like.
It can be a little loud. Some people get more sleepy under there.
Yeah, it definitely was falling asleep.
Yeah. The best part is you never had to have bleach on your scalp, right?
Yeah, that actually hurts after a little bit of time.
It kind of does. I mean, you definitely get used to it, you know. I don't know how many times I've bleached my scalp and I don't think I feel it anymore.
Burn off the nerve endings. Although having said that, Cariann's not wrong. Like after all of these surgeries, my pain tolerance has gone way, way up.
Really?
Oh yeah. I deal with a lot more now.
That was unexpected, I'm sure.
Yeah, it wasn't something I had considered.
Yeah.
The transition of like, oh hey, this is gonna hurt so much that your body's gonna get used to it.
Yeah. There's something so like just soothing about someone playing with your scalp.
It really is. I'm falling asleep again.
And like I said, even with this music, I'm sure it does not help. But you know what? Like, I don't know, I just love having it on. I'm like, these days I throw on the news and I'm like, I know I need soul cleansing right now, you know?
Yes.
And so I've just been really enjoying kind of listening to certain frequencies or meditations before I start my day. And it's just what I need to do to keep myself balanced, you know? So that when I come to work, I can exchange good energy with people I'm in contact with. And if you think about it, my hands are literally directly touching you, you know? So I really have to, that's kind of part of my philosophy, is me balancing my energy because everyone that I touch is gonna direct connection.
It's like a dog barking when you turn that on or off.
Yeah, I do. I never really thought of it like that, but totally. Can I get a bowl so I can mix up this treatment? So now this treatment that I'm going to do is really cool. I mean, talk about chemistry. I had a client who, she cheated on me because she asked me to do a color on her that I said I wouldn't do because I knew it would not look good on her. And so she's like, okay. Well, next day she went and got her hair done by someone who would do it. And then she comes back later to me.
I know
She
this
hated
guy
the color.
there.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And she came back later to me and she was like, I did the hair that you told me not to and I hated it. So it literally, she made them bleach it out and it broke her hair off all over again.
Oof.
So when I saw her, I was like, we need to do these on you once a week. And literally, I mean, it just, the way that they work it is crazy amazing.
What does it do?
So it's a 2-in-1. It's made by L'Oreal. It's called the Siri Expert Power Mix.
Okay.
And so what I'm going to do is I'll show you right now after I towel dry this. Basically, this one is for protein. So they have one for protein. They have moisture. They have a smoothing one. And so since we just lightened your hair, I want to put protein back in the hair.
Sure.
So let me show you right now what it does. So it's a 2-parter, right? Because once you mix them, they activate and you have to use them within a minute.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So look, here's the base. It's going to come out clear. Okay. And then we have the
Oh, they have
additive.
little mixing things on the top.
Yeah, and it kind of helps you, so you
Yeah.
can't really go over. You go right
Yeah,
to
that's cool.
But look, two clear items, right? And
Yeah.
then whoosh, you start doing that. It's liquidy, and all of a sudden now it's like a conditioner based.
Huh.
And so you use it right away, which is what we're gonna do, because it pretty much absorbs instantly.
Even in wet hair, or
Yeah.
especially in wet hair.
Yeah, because right now your cuticles are open. The
Oh, okay.
cuticles open, so it just sucks it right up.
That's why I towel dried it.
Yeah.
So like it's
There's
Filled
enough
with moisture.
moisture to spread the product,
exactly.
but it's not too much to dilute the product. And actually, this product is so diluted that it's actually made for that reason. And it smells so good.
Hard to smell with the masks on.
True.
But I believe you.
You might get a little whiff here or there, maybe. Yeah, your hair's drinking it up.
Yeah, that's what my hair does. Because that's a water too, right? So like, good luck drying my hair.
I love it. Well, you know what? Now that it's like been lightened and processed, it might actually like style better, dry quicker.
You were saying all of the right words.
When I color my hair, that's the reason why I actually really like coloring it too, is because it helps my hair style better. You know, otherwise my hair is just like, it doesn't do what I want it to do. But when I bleach it, basically beat it to submission, it's gonna do what I want it to do.
Look how curly your hair is, James.
I
Oh,
know.
is it really?
Yeah. It's it's not like ringlets curly, but it's like
There's texture.
there's so much
A lot more texture than
texture.
before.
Yeah.
Okay, come on back. Back into the bowl.
Almost.
You get nothing.
Nice.
You lose. Good day.
You put it in, you let it soak in, and then you wash it back out.
Yeah. It's also pH balanced, so it closes the cuticle of your hair to help seal all that moisture in. I'm supposed to see that client tomorrow, technicalities.
That's funny.
I know. We're finally, her hair is definitely feeling healthier, but it's been a process. And your hair feels really good right now.
Yeah, I hope so. It started pretty strong to begin with.
Right?
Yeah. It should have been like hard to be. It should have been as healthy as it could be, because it was like 100% virgin hair.
Yes. Now that you said that, I'm going to think of it every time.
You're welcome.
I've left my mark.
Much like a little puppy
You
would.
won't forget me.
Oh.
Right. Every time you turn on the water.
Any new questions from the internet?
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, but you were indisposed, so I didn't want to shout them at you.
I don't think I'm
Okay.
indisposed anymore.
Let's work our way back. Let's go back to the chair.
I get to look in the mirror now.
Yes, you do. Yes.
It is
you
way
do.
lighter than before.
Oh, wait till you see it dry. Well, we're gonna tone it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna look great.
Yeah.
And it's gonna grow out really nice too.
You said what?
It's gonna grow out nicely too.
Oh, yes. Well, that's also part of the toning as well. You know, I'm a big fan of, I call it like lived-in color. Because it almost has that more natural look rather than being so streaky. That's why I like going with the smaller pieces, finer pieces. And then also when I tone, you'll see more of a natural gradient rather than being like your hair and then all the super blonde.
Sure.
It's more like a creamy melted color altogether. But yeah, I'm sure it's already gonna feel different.
There is a lot more texture to my hair.
Yeah, see it?
Right?
Yeah. Like a lot more.
I know.
Isn't that crazy?
This is gonna take a minute for me to figure out how to style again in the morning.
I know.
Like that could be super fun and playful though.
Oh, totally.
Alright, what are some of the questions from the internet?
It says, let's see. You said round robin camera feeds from rockets. What happened to all the other camera feeds? Just ditched and saved later?
Oh yeah, I can't talk about that, sorry.
Sticking electrodes into her face and then burns away hair follicles. Also, Jamie, pouring bleach on my scalp stings a little. I think your tolerances move beyond mine. Let's see. Sandic says, loving
Where are
the
you
wholesome
putting your hair?
vibes being shared.
Oh, so that's a good question. I've been parting my hair in one of two places, either here or here.
Okay.
My hair will tell you where it wants to part.
That day?
Typically
Yeah,
speaking, yeah.
that day usually, and it's a lot. It has a lot to do with the little baby hairs because when I wake up, usually there will be a part that's appearing.
Got
And
it.
that's what I will effectively follow.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. So it can switch
Yes.
from day to day.
It can. It's usually opposite of what you have now, but not always.
Okay.
And also now that you've bleached it, I think my hair is just going to decide what it wants to do.
It's probably, like I said, it's pregnant style better.
I'm excited for that.
Hey, Brandon. Let's see. Love the wholesome vibes being shared. We need more folks like them in the world.
Aw.
Love that.
Hunting perfection in live broadcasting is an impossible goal.
But what perfection?
Hunting perfection in live broadcasting.
Okay.
Let's see. That shade is called Bimbalicious Cream.
No, it's called Whorgeous.
Whorgeous.
We're
Gorgeous.
putting Whorgeous in my hair.
It is,
Oh.
yeah. And Brendan says that the stylist is cute. Yes, Lark is very cute. He's also very
Aw.
taken.
I still appreciate that very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
For sure, though.
Any kind words?
You are much gentler to my hair than I am.
Oh, I'm sure.
She
You're like
yells-
breaking it out.
She yells at me in the morning. She's like,
I do.
"You are so lucky. Your hair is so resilient
Yes.
because
Oh,
what
yes.
you are doing is terrible."
She does. She still does this with their hair.
No,
I
no.
want to kill her.
No.
That's what she said.
Ah.
Especially with now that your hair is lightened, do you want to be careful?
Because you don't want to break it off.
All of that sounds
She's
boring.
like, oh.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like
Whatever.
a
You want to wear wigs the rest of your life?
Oh.
No, my hair is just fine. Thank you.
What's
You're like,
left?
you don't know how strong my hair is.
Yeah, you don't know how much strong my hair is.
You don't know. Your hair's all of a sudden
Well,
curly.
you know what?
I would
You know
no
what? That is a
idea.
nice science experiment. Yeah, my hair is all of a sudden curly. It's
See?
weird.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, right?
Yeah, look at I
Isn't
can't
that
even.
crazy?
Yeah. Like, I think you're right. I think that's going to style better. I think it's going to give it a little bit more body, a little
You
more
get more
swoosh.
volume,
Yeah.
you get
Yeah.
more yeah.
All over.
Your texture.
For sure.
More swooshy, swooshy.
Yes.
Might be time to take up some of that stuff in the back.
I love it. Just trying to get all these extra wet spots a little bit more dry. I mean, look how pretty that is just like that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that.
Right?
Actually, I think the avatar I chose is pretty close. I've got a new emoji for
You
after
did?
the- yeah, so for after the hair. 'Cause I have to have a lighter hair emoji.
Obviously.
Obviously.
Long now. And I love how you're doing it like opposite where people go dark in the fall.
Yeah. So
You're like, actually, I want to go blonde.
I was going to wait until spring because that's what and then I was like, you know what? No, I want to go blonde. I don't care. Well, let's just do it. No one cares, but no one cares.
No, no one does.
Yeah.
I
Do
don't
what I
even
want.
think about that. I just, whatever color I want to do, I do.
Exactly. I wanted to go blonde. Actually, I want to go rainbow, but like, I need to work into that. Shaking your head now at me.
What? I'm not showing you anything.
Like, don't do the rainbow. That's beautiful.
I almost want like a subtle rainbow though. Like I don't want it to be super poppy. I just want like this like subtle. Like you can't have a subtle rainbow. But,
I mean, that just doesn't sound like a thing.
no, I know, but like
I think the word you're looking for is pastel.
yeah, yeah.
I think
maybe
that's the one
that's
as
good.
close as we can subtle
That makes sense.
rainbow.
That's a good way to
I think
interpret that.
that's right. I think a more pastel rainbow than like
I
the
think that's what
bright,
you're looking
vibrant rainbow.
That's a good way to interpret that.
But that's why I brought her. She's my interpreter.
Well, like as hairstylists, we are kind of like interpreters, you know,
Totally
because everyone has their own way of
know.
saying something. So it's like I need to interpret what you're saying.
Johnny Spacer asked, does anyone in your family inadvertently call you Benjamin?
Yeah, that happens from time to time.
I don't
It's
think
really-
anyone calls you Benjamin anymore. I think everyone's
It hasn't happened in a long time.
I think pronouns though. I think there are one
yeah,
or two people
pronouns happen
who
once.
will still
I think
say
more.
he instead of she.
You know, that really hasn't happened for a while either. I will say it's more hilarious when I mess it up
Yeah.
than anyone else. Because there have been a couple times where, like, I will just pull an old school phraseology and I'm trying to be, like, funny in the moment. And so I'm trying to be really quick about it.
Right.
But then when you're quick about it, you don't remember to change the verbiage.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden, I'll call myself Ben, and then I'll stop, realize what I've done, and bust out laughing. 'cause
Benny
it's
Bear, I
hilarious.
think is my favorite when
Yeah.
you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of girly hair, have you had to adopt the stereotypical 2-hour feminine beauty regime, or do you survive on the 15-minute good enough male shower / shave equivalent?
No, it's a 2-hour beauty routine.
It's not 2 hours.
It's not 2 hour, but like, based on what the point you're trying to get to,
Yeah.
15-minute stuff. You know, I did the 15-minute stuff today because like, why do my hair? That didn't make any sense. Like I showed up with no product in my hair, like my hair was basically sticking up over here. Because who cares? Also no makeup today because, you know, I'm gonna be washing and drying my hair, like none of that makes any sense.
Makes sense.
So if I'm going in for electrolysis, it's another one where like, why do my hair?
Yeah.
Like why do anything? And I still have quite a few things, so there's, you know. And then, you know, for makeup and whatnot, if I've done electrolysis, I can't do anything for a couple of weeks. So, you know, sometimes I'll only do like my eyes. But like, you know, going to Disney tomorrow, I'll probably do a full, and I'll definitely do a full workup. You're gonna do my hair tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you will be set.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Let's go in.
Here we go.
Here we
We're
go.
toning. We're toning.
We are toning.
This is the hot pink.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look, even when I just open that up, look at all the beautiful blondies. I mean, when you dry it, you're gonna really see it.
Oh, yeah.
When it's
I
wet-
can already see it.
People like whenever it's wet, they're always like, "How can you tell?" I'm like,
Yeah.
after doing this enough time, you see it. You know what I mean? But like, look how light these ends got.
Yeah,
And there's no orange.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. This is the first time I think anyone's ever bleached my hair where it's not canary yellow.
There's no, yeah. It's literally like, if anything, I'm actually putting warmth back into your hair.
That's cool.
No, he said warmth.
No,
One-
it's cold.
Yeah, no.
Oh, the temperature of it?
No, Lark definitely said warmth though.
Think warm thoughts.
Yeah.
Just imagine you're under that dryer.
You're making me laugh too hard. I'm shaking the camera.
That's so funny.
God. It's funny, it's not as bad, like, it's bad with, bad's not the right word, but like, it's bitterly cold when you go lower. As you're going higher, it's less, oh, little baby
It's
hairs over there
less.
too.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they went down that far,
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
that far.
They go
Yeah.
all the way down to your ears.
I lied, it's cold there
Freezing.
too. The best part is you put it on and it takes a second. So it's not like bitterly cold right away. It's like, oh hey, it's cold!
Yeah. Takes a minute.
Oh. Brendan's upset that we're gonna be in the park tomorrow and he has the day off.
Womp womp.
Sorry.
Apparently Kyle asked to get his hair cut today and you had to tell him no.
I said no.
I'm sorry.
I said I have a premium client. I wanted no
Did you just tell
distraction.
Kyle who it was?
No,
Did I?
Kyle did not know.
I don't think I.
No,
maybe I did it.
The only reason Kyle knows is because I was talking about us going blonde. And he's like, hey, where are you going to? I'm like, I'm going to the Lark. He's like, oh.
I'm so dead. That's amazing.
Right?
Oh, that's so good.
I
Poor
love that.
Kyle.
No, poor Kyle.
Right.
No,
Stop.
poor Kyle.
Well, I mean, at least he's
Kyle
a better.
does not ever get poor Kyle.
Yes, he does. Oh, that's so.
That is so funny. I'm like, I really didn't tell him. I'm just like, no, I
So
have a
good.
client. Why, it's true. I do.
VIP client.
Yeah.
VIP client. Yeah, that's right. Internet famous.
And like I said, I didn't know what we were getting
Oh
into.
god, you should have
Yeah,
said like an
yeah.
Emmy award-winning client just to piss him off.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh my
Sure.
god, I'm like, did you tell him?
Should I text Kyle?
What?
Send him a picture.
Send-
He'll be so jealous.
Yes.
Yeah, Kyle knows I'm here today.
Oh.
We're talking about it.
Okay.
That is so funny.
So did this end up being easier than you thought then?
Oh yeah.
That's great.
Oh yeah, I thought we were doing like serious color correction.
Oh, no.
Like for some reason in my head, you had gone and got like a box dye.
Oh, no.
And
I was worried.
multiple times.
I was
so,
just worried because this has never gone this well for me before, ever.
Really?
So, like,
I've heard that a lot.
I've never had my hair pull this well. Like, you pull. Yeah, ever.
It's like
ever.
super light and gorgeous.
Yeah, it is not canary yellow.
Right.
Anytime they pull it, it's canary yellow.
Yeah.
And it takes multiple sessions. Like I have to bleach it over and over and over and over and over and
I mean, that just
over
blows
again.
me away. They just did it wrong.
Yeah, probably.
Because I can tell you, I've seen that happen a lot. Like there's times where at my old shop, the stylist, she was doing this guy's bleach, and every single time she had to bleach him 3 times, and he was always like crying by the end of it. And I finally went to her and I said, hi, like, 'cause, you know, I was like, oh, you know, I see you at your client conferencing, huh?
Sorry, try not to, but it's so cold.
I was like, do you want me to take him off your hands? And she was like, please do. And then, so I started doing his color, and literally I would get it blonde after one try. And he was like, this never happened before.
Yeah, this has never happened before. This is your magic superpower.
You ready for the chilliness?
Yes. I'm trying to not flinch.
You're so funny.
It's fine, it's just cold. It warms up almost immediately. It's just like, you know, it's a highly focused cold thing on your skin. So
Yeah.
your skin is like, what?
Now, you know what I would suggest? Because you know, after we do your color, hair always takes about 2 weeks for the cuticle to kind of like really seal itself, and you know, the hair's feeling back to normal. So within those first 2 weeks, that's when it's really crucial to start doing protein, moisture, doing whatever you can to just keep your hair healthy.
Okay.
And then moving forward, I would actually recommend for all your little babies,
Yeah.
doing just a keratin treatment on the hairline.
Okay.
And that way all that will lay, like I just did mine yesterday, that's why my hair looks super silky right now.
Okay.
Because my hair's naturally really frizzy.
Oh, really?
And so I do a keratin every so often, and it basically keeps my hair like so easy to style, super smooth, and I just honestly, I couldn't do my hair without
Will
it.
that help them prevent them from sticking straight up?
Yeah, not the first day, because like the first day we flat iron everything, so it's like super straight.
Sure.
But then like when you wash it, like today when I washed my hair, it was just like, it went right into place. You know, so I would say if you're doing your keratin, don't make plans for that day. Kind of, you know,
Okay.
just know that your hair is going to be super stick straight that day, and kind of, you know, you can still go somewhere, but don't expect to like feeling done necessarily.
Sure.
And then yeah, it just is amazing. It's so good, and there's protein in keratin as well.
If it's alright, I'll ping you after the session and be like, hey, what do you recommend for products for me to put in my hair? And I'll just go to Amazon and grab them. Or
Perfect.
unless you can sell them.
Well, are you familiar with well, so let's talk about your hair. Your hair typically, frustrations, what? Feels more dry?
I think I'm flustered. No, I don't feel like it's wet or dry. I think it does whatever the hell it wants to do.
Okay.
That's my first thing. And then I think my biggest frustration is those little baby hairs
Yeah.
just sticking straight up. I think
Yeah.
those are the big ones.
I think the keratin's gonna be that solution for that.
I don't feel like it generally feels too dry. It's not super like silky smooth, but it's also not smooth. It's right in the middle.
Now that we've entered hair color realm, you will notice that it will feel more dry. You know what I mean? Because
Sure.
essentially think about your hair as like a sponge, right? We're going in and we're opening up all the holes of that sponge. So like I said, in the first 2 weeks, it's crucial that you put that moisture and the protein back in while those holes are open.
Okay.
Because people who don't do that, then they let the 2 weeks go by, and then it's like their hair is constantly dry.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
that
mean?
makes
Like they
sense, yeah.
can't seem to get the moisture in there.
Okay.
So I always say that first 2 weeks. Do you know of a company called Cariann?
I do not.
They make a shampoo and conditioner called Magistral,
Okay.
and it's
I like the name of it.
you'll love the product.
Okay.
It's literally it feels so creamy.
Okay.
And freezing.
Sorry. Yep.
And your hair will just drink it up.
Okay.
Yeah. I know it's freezing.
It's not cold. It's freezing.
It's freezing.
It's giving me goosebumps down my arms.
So let's see.
Is there a place nearby I can buy that, or I can just grab it off of Amazon and call it?
I wouldn't buy it on Amazon, to be honest, because I have bought it on Amazon, and I used the product, and one time I bought it on Amazon because I was like, oh, I'll save $10.
Sure.
And I bought it, and it arrived, and when I went to go use it, the product that came out of the bottle was different than what I bought. And I was really bummed because I was like, really, to save $10, Lark? Like, you should have just bought the thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So where would you buy it?
So it has to be like a L'Oreal based salon. So I think you actually you might have to go to the Carian's website,
Okay.
and then like they do a little search where you can find your nearest salon that
Nice.
has it. And then because they protect their products.
Okay.
Like they only sell to salons. It's very hard to get into. Like I can't even sell it if I wanted to. I wanted to, and you have to be like, you have to sell so many per month in order for you to be able to do it. And I just wouldn't be able to do that. I'm just one person, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But like a full salon, that's also another thing. They like being in full salons because then people who work at that salon or the salon itself can carry the full like L'Oreal line.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they prefer to be just like a bigger part of that.
I'm gonna forget this, so I'm gonna have to text you with exactly
Totally
what I
fine.
need to get. Cool.
That's totally
And
fine.
I'll get whatever you tell me to get. I just need to know what to.
What to get.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Carian's has, so I would do I will tell you later, but to remind you, but the Magistrals are moisture focused.
Okay.
And then their Densité is their protein focused.
Okay.
So I would get both of them and I would alternate.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Day
not,
one, day two, day one, day two, sort of thing.
do you wash your hair every day?
No, not really. But like,
Okay.
you know, washing day one. I used to. I don't anymore.
How often do you wash your hair?
It's once every probably about 3 days or now. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad.
See, when your hair is short, it's much easier to wash your hair every day, and you kind of
You
don't
don't
want
want
to
to
keep it
dry
around me, exactly. But now when my hair is this long, that's exactly it. I have to dry it. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
this, and you gotta style it. It's like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I let it go for as long as I can, and then I'm like, ah,
Perfect.
I need to wash it.
We're in WeHo. Lark is located in WeHo. Does Lark cut hair too? Yes. Although my understanding is that you prefer to do the colorist side of things.
Freezing.
It's fine.
I
it's
do
fine.
it all. I do it all.
I'm
Yes.
trying not to bitch.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm being a terrible client.
I do it all, but colors like it gives me life. I love
It is your
Yeah.
magic secret sauce.
Yes.
Yep.
And that's something that I think it was always there. I never really noticed. It wasn't until like all my clients who came back to me that were like, oh my god, like I can't get this anywhere else. And then you just kind of start like paying attention. You're like, oh my god, I have that to offer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I have colored my hair multiple times throughout my life, and I have never done a bleaching that was done in one session.
Never.
Never, not one, right? I don't think one time. I did the cap that was done in one. Shocked and shellacked.
I was before my
The
time.
cap? Like where you pull the little needle out? Yeah, I used to do that on my mom.
Aww.
When I was like 15, I was in the living room doing her hair through one of those.
This was in the mid-90s. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine was probably around the same time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, like probably late 90s.
Yep.
I used to pull
Oh
and
no, I suppose it was the late 90s, wasn't it?
Had to be late.
Yeah.
and she was just like, she'd be like, ow! But it was worth it.
Was it?
For her, it was.
Alright.
She didn't care. I always felt bad, but she was like, no, you're fine. And then she'd be like, ow! I'm like, I'm sorry. She's like, no, keep going.
That's how I feel with this cold. It's like, it's cold, keep going. It's cold, keep going.
Yeah, exactly. She's probably just thinking, let's just get this over with.
God, look at the curl that is just happening. It's
In
crazy.
real time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look
Because
at
my
all the
hair
texture.
did not used to do that. Like
Really?
prior to
Like yesterday?
an hour, yeah, yesterday my hair did not do this. Sometimes it would have a little bit of curl to it, depending upon how I decided to feel that
It
day.
shows us so much hair and it's so heavy, it's hard to see some of that too.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, my hair is very heavy.
And it probably just stays like wet in certain places if you don't really thoroughly dry
Yes.
it.
That's
like in
correct.
the back area.
Yeah, kind of like specifically like down up in
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
That's
Ooh,
very cool.
sorry, I don't want to knock over your.
That's good.
More questions from the internet?
Let's see. Almanac said, I thought Jamie said I did the cat in one session. As opposed to cap. Cap. C-A-P. P is in Paul.
Yeah, it was a little cap that has these little dots in it.
It almost looks like a
Yeah.
bathing cap.
And then they pull through a little bit of hair and then they bleach like all over the top of that. And then he did, this was for a friend of mine's partner was going to,
Not a Veda.
not a Veda, but going to a hair school and he needed to practice. So I was like, all right, you can practice on me. It was easier because my hair was shorter. And I didn't really care because like, I don't care, it's just hair, right? And so he did that and yeah, it hurt. First, when you're pulling the hair through, it's not the most pleasant thing. And then when it was done, I looked like a, what'd you call me again?
Shocked and shellacked weasel.
Shocked and shellacked weasel is what my hair looked like.
Mhm.
So the first thing you did was you went in and you made sure you got all of my roots.
Yes.
And now, are you changing the formula for the rest of the hair? Or
Yes.
is it, why do you need to change the formula? Because there's a heat difference at the root?
No, it's actually more for aesthetic reasons.
Oh, okay.
So, kind of like natural hair, right? Imagine like someone who's spent all day on vacation out in the sun.
Sure,
And
okay.
their ends are nice and golden, or like nice and lighter than what's at the root.
Okay.
So essentially, when I talk about like that lived-in color, that it just looks really good.
Sure.
And it looks natural. No one looks at you and is like, oh, she got her hair done.
Right.
It's just like, did she grow that? Like it's so natural. So what I do is I go in with a little bit of a deeper root, which I call like a shadow root.
Okay.
And then now I'm gonna go in with that lighter end on your colors.
Okay.
I'm gonna start working that through and then kind of like start blending it all in so you get a nice little gradient.
Do you end up with 2 colors or 3 colors?
4.
4 colors?
No, I'm just kidding. It's just like,
God! I'm like, what?
well, it's
It
honestly
is
that
kind of like 4 though.
it's
like
very
different roots.
multi-dimensional.
Really,
Well,
really
no, I guess mixes,
color
4 different
between-
mixes. So, or
Oh,
two
two
mixes.
mixes.
Two mixes.
Right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
get
yeah.
the rest of it and then you blend it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But then essentially, you know, when you think about when I'm doing this will be one color. Then I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna kind of mix all that.
Sure,
So
sure.
that kind of blends. So it's kind of, I guess, like 3 zones in a
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
But it's a tighter zone in the root, a little bit looser, and then whoosh, then it's like light.
It makes that noise too, it goes whoosh.
Yes. Whoosh. Has to do the noise. I know I do come with my own sound effects. I don't even think about it, to be honest.
Oh, they're awesome, I love them. Okay, I'm sorry, I asked what the internet was asking and then I promptly ignored you.
No, that's kind of it.
Perfect.
So goopy.
I know, right? It spreads really well, so I like the consistency of this product.
Now we're painting.
Now we're painting. So all the magic. Oh, can you click that timer button?
I'm trying to.
I know, right? Oh, are your hands too cold?
Maybe.
Your nails are gorgeous.
Thank you.
And we'll do 15. Just so I have a concept of where my timing is at. Your nails are gorgeous. I didn't see
Thank
those
you.
because they're hidden the whole time.
Yeah, thank you. They're actually coming off tomorrow. I do nails once a week, mostly because my cuticles grow at a crazy rate. And so I just go in and our nails
I love
techs
the
love
gold
us.
around them.
Yeah, this is the first time I've done something inverted like that.
That's so pretty.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. It would be something fun though.
Is that how you do it? You kind of just go and you're like, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I
Feeling
mean,
in the moment.
really kind of similar to what I did here. Is like,
Yeah.
I want to go blonde, but I don't know. Ready, go. And
Right.
okay. And so now I'm kind of, I think I'm like, hey, I want to go, December holiday, Christmassy. I don't know. Ready, go. And
Cute.
yeah.
You go with inspiration.
Yeah. Once in a blue moon, I'll be like, no, I want plain
French
vanilla,
tip.
yeah, something simple, this is what I want, and they're like, okay. But yeah, especially lately, I've been like, have some fun with it.
I want Whorgeous red.
Or just red, yes. This is Whorgeous number 1.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh. I can't believe Kyle was like, oh, I got my hair done. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm doing it instead. Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, it just showed you like when I'm like ready, you know what I mean? Like when I want to take, when it's time to take a client and you
Yeah.
gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes, you know, I've learned you have to say no. I think there was a time where I was just always like, yes, I'll make it work.
Yeah.
You know, and that kind of led to something earlier this year with like a health thing that popped up, and I realized I need to take time for myself to do the clients, give them each their divided attention, right? But then also when it comes to me, I need to eat the meals when I'm supposed to have lunch, and you know, have my time to rest. And I think sometimes, especially as hairstylists, but I think people all over the board, you know, sometimes we just push ourselves too much.
Yeah.
And I kind of reached a point where I was like, no, my body's telling me I need to calm down, and I have to listen to it. Because we only get one body, right? And we have to take care of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Or do what I did and do surgery on it 4 times to make it do what I want it to
You're
do.
taking care of it. Your body told you what it wanted and you're listening.
No, my mind told me what I wanted. Like, I don't like what the body's doing.
Oh, there
Let's
you go.
change it.
Yeah. That's more like it.
Is everyone excited to see the final result?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You didn't even have to wait on that.
Let's see.
Like, has anyone been watching from start to end?
Yeah,
I
a
have
few
a couple
people.
people that will, yeah.
Let's see. Amalek says, Jamie, does transitioning involve starting a completely new paper trail under a new social security number?
No.
Do they port all existing history to the new number, or do you get to keep your old quote-unquote mail one?
You keep the old number. They just give you basically, there's a fairly straightforward process. The trick is that in order to get from point A to point B, each step is very straightforward, but you have to do them in order. So you can't get your driver's license, I forget the exact order, so forgive me if I've got this wrong, but like, you have to first go to the courts and say, hey, I'm doing a legal name and gender change. You can get that court order done. Once you have the court order, you send that to the Social Security Administration and say, hi, I'd like you to update my Social Security ID with my new name. Once you have your new Social Security card, you take that and the court order and you can get a new driver's license. Once you have your new driver's license, you can take that, the court order, and the Social Security card and get a new passport. So it's like, but you can't do any of that out of order. So I can't get a driver's license without the new Social Security card with my new name on it. So it's all easy, but there are many points of potential failure. They don't make it, it's easy but not straightforward. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and credit cards were interesting too.
Some of them were great, like the Apple card, they're like, cool, what do you want it to say?
They don't care.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they're like, cool, have at it.
Interesting.
The Barclay card was, I think, the worst. Most of the cards were just like, I mean, they care. Like, you have to legally be able to say, yes, I've got a driver's license that says this. But they were basically like, does your driver's license have this name on it? I was like, yes. They're like, okay, here you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is it just like different company policies?
Yeah, different
Okay.
policies from different credit card companies. So I think we've got all of my credit cards, almost all. I think none of the Barclay cards get swapped over yet because they made it such a pain in the ass. I was like, fuck it, it'll say Benjamin on it, I don't care. I really don't use their cards very often anyhow.
They have the highest interest rates.
Yeah, I think we just have their card because I think it was actually the old Apple card was a Barclay card. And
Really?
then, Apple started a new one with Goldman Sachs, and so we got that one, which I love. And yeah.
So Jonas Razor asks, are there Consultants that specialize in gender change / reassignment.
Consultants. I mean, there are certainly therapists that do. I have a therapist that does. There are doctors and hormone specialists that do. So, my bottom surgery, she's a transgender woman herself. She specializes in just doing transgender surgeries. So there are doctors, but I don't know how else to answer that question.
I'm pretty sure she only does women.
No, she does not. No,
Really?
She does transgender men as well. Yes.
Really?
Yep, she'll do top surgeries.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Brennan says, yes, there are people that help with the legal process.
Oh, the legal process, yeah. So we actually had, in fact, we purposely didn't start the legal name change until it was this year, right? Or was it
Yeah.
last year?
It was 2020.
Yeah, 2020. That's right. Yeah, it was this tax year, or it was, whenever I did taxes last. So that almost made it worse. I mean, they helped a little bit, but like they didn't really specialize in the transgender side of things, and so I was like, they helped a little bit with the paperwork, but I knew more about how all of that went than they seemed to. I'm like, but what about this form? And I don't think you need that form because it's this. And they're like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm like, how do I know this and you don't? So I was not super pleased with that. I felt like if I had just done it myself, it would have happened much, much faster. But to be fair, I started the name change right as pandemic began. And so the court
So
shut
like
down.
everything was just
So
bizarre.
everything was broken, and that's not really the lawyer's fault. But at the same time, like, I was teaching my lawyer how to do some of this stuff. It was nice though, because at least he spoke lawyer, he spoke legal, right? So
Yeah.
he was able to take care of some of the stuff on the form where I'm like, I don't understand if they're asking for A or B. They didn't make this very clear. And he's like, oh no, they definitely want this. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So he was able to help with that quite a bit and like got that stuff going, but he wasn't super into exactly which forms were needed. Because it is different, the legal name change is different in California when it's transgender stuff. You actually need less stuff, believe it or not. They make it really simple.
Almanac says, okay, bad joke time. Has transitioning affected your ability to drive? Or are you no longer able to parallel park, but are now capable of admitting when you're lost and ask for directions?
I was always capable of admitting when I was lost and asked for directions because I was always lost.
She's never had any sense of direction?
I've never had any sense of direction. And so if I didn't ask for directions, I would never get to where I needed to be.
Yeah.
It has not impacted, my driving score is still better than Cariann's, which means that, yeah, probably a worse driver. Or at least a driver that you would be pissed off with on the road.
Yep.
Can I still parallel park? Yes, I can still parallel park. I don't parallel park every night, but I do park in the garage and I reverse in and I kind of have to weasel around the car in a garbage bin thing. So it's not quite the same as parallel parking, but it's still I think more advanced parking than a good chunk of people do. Also, the car drives itself, so.
Oh, there you go.
Also, you're
I'm
funny.
like, so can you take credit for that?
I know, right? Deepod Dolphin just basically said the exact same thing.
What, the car drives itself?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't engage. Actually, I don't trust the car for that type of stuff. I do it all manually. I do use the guidelines because that makes it so much easier, but other than that, no.
See, in Arizona where I grew up, you had to parallel park before you could take your driver's test. Like, that's the first thing you can do. And if you can't do it, you don't get to you don't do the whole driving and then watching. It's just
That
what
was
they need to
different
do
in
first.
Minnesota.
Minnesota,
Yeah,
it's part of the test, but
You
it's
have-
not before the
It's
test.
before.
Oh my god,
And
that's
if you
stupid.
can't do that, they don't let you do the driving test.
That's so
that's actually
dumb.
clever because like that's a place where a lot of people are going to fail. So like,
For
why go through the effort
sure.
of the rest of it if you can't even do the?
But it's also really interesting though, because like in Arizona, there's not a lot of parallel parking. Like there's so much space, there's so many lots.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't really parallel park that much.
Yeah, you don't
I
need
used
it.
it the most when I came back out here.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I have actually used it a lot more out here than I did back in Minnesota. But you know, in the Twin Cities, I would parallel park quite a bit down there.
Brendan's asking if we still live in the same place as before, but I don't know which before you want to talk about. So we don't live off of Catella, and we don't live off of, what is that, Center Street?
Promenade, yeah, Center Street Promenade.
Yeah.
And I'm brown again.
It feels like it, huh? It feels like it.
Right back to my natural color. A little less ashy now.
I know, you'll be plenty blonde.
I know, I believe you.
Oh, you'll be plenty blonde.
I trust you. It's just hilarious looking. Like, this is a funny part of the process where you just get all of this work and like, oh my god, I can see where this is going to be amazing. And now it's all brown again.
Yes.
Well, also, another thing is right now what you're looking at is all the like oxidative dyes. You know what I mean? So like technically, if I want to see what that hair looks like, I come over here and I scrape a
Scrape it
little
off.
bit of it off so I can see where it's taking. I'm like, oh yeah, you definitely need some time.
Yeah, Lincoln. We're off of Lincoln still.
Perfect. So that's gonna sit for a little bit.
Cool.
I mean, honestly, it's just gonna be so heavenly. I can just
It'd be
see
hilarious if you're like, honestly, this is going to look awful.
Imagine.
I don't know
We're
We're
just
why.
going for that, right?
Cut all
I don't
this
even
off. I
know why
hope
you
it's fine,
think
man.
this is going to be terrible.
How do you like my hair? We're just gonna recreate that. That's cool.
Right.
Now I cook.
Yes. Oh, Brendan waves when he drives by.
Oh, yeah? That's weird. A little bit. You know we're not there, right? Should I wave back?
I mean, we wave every time we pass by Star Tours.
That's true.
Although
he's
he's
not
also
there
not there
either.
either.
Actually, where is he?
I bet he's down to bed.
Where is he now? Because I haven't seen him.
I think he's down with the bed.
Where? What are we doing for dinner?
Oh, we're eating dinner?
What are we doing for lunch?
Okay, well, it's almost 4, so.
Right, so we haven't had lunch. What are we doing?
Okay, is that how you want to look at it?
Yeah.
Great. Mostly rice, because. Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah.
Well, maybe when Lightning Lane comes out, that might change things if they match what they do at Walt Disney World
Yeah.
for memory. It is hilarious because like it does just look brown again.
Right? You're like, am I doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess I can see more of the sides than you can.
You
So-
can see more of the what?
The sides, so I'm like, yeah, not really, but okay, cool.
My favorite part is everyone guess, like people who don't really get their hair often, is them guesstimating what it's gonna be.
Aww.
Oh, I've been doing that the whole time.
Oh, everyone does it. I can't even tell you one time I bleached someone's hair and literally like, we sit down and they didn't say anything like during the whole bleach or pre-tone process.
Sure.
And then when we finished, he was like, oh my gosh, he was like, I didn't say anything, but I was so worried about that. And I was just like, well, now you don't have to be like it. It turned out. I was like, imagine you were sitting there with all that panic and you didn't say anything. He's like,
No joke.
You do have to trust your stylist. Also,
True.
you
And
come,
trust the product.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you come here for your expertise and your ability to like. I don't do this every day. I have no idea what I'm doing. Why would like?
Well, and also too, sometimes even stylists don't even trust themselves or the
Yeah,
products.
yeah.
Like I've seen stylists so many times where like, for instance, someone who hasn't had years under their belt,
Yeah.
I look at them and be like, we need to rinse you off.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? 'Cause they might
yeah.
think that it's brown.
Too dark, yeah.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh my god, we need to rinse you off, and then you do it, and you're like, and that did nothing.
Yeah.
And I think that's why a lot of people get the whole bleach thing wrong. Because they see it and they're like, oh, it's done, and then they rinse it and it's like brassy.
Yeah.
And like, you have to remember that the bleach has
Bleach
all the blue
looks
and the
white,
violet.
and so when you
it
look
looks-
at it, you're like, oh my
Yeah.
god, what happened?
Yeah.
And that's not what's going
And that's
on.
the mistake most people make, is they think that it's already done, and so they
Yeah.
rinse it off too early.
Yeah, that happened during school.
Yeah,
At
right.
least once I looked at it and I was like, oh my god, what happened? And we were in stop. I was like, oh, good thing I followed the directions.
Well, see, because I started coloring my hair at such a young age, I made so many mistakes on myself.
Yeah,
So when it came to actually doing it, there was a lot that just clicked automatically.
for sure.
You know what I mean? Because I'd already gone through so many of the mishaps.
It's so funny.
That's gonna process for another couple minutes.
Okay. I have to cook for a little while longer.
Yeah.
Yep.
A little bit longer.
Almanacs compliment me on my constitution. If I had been sitting next to that running water arc for so long, I would have had to be on the toilet 15 times by now.
What, this waterfall? It's kind of quiet though.
Oh, it totally is.
I mean, it's just so pretty. It's like champagne.
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 I'm like a fine champagne.
Yes.
Internet, remember. I am like a fine champagne.
It's only champagne if you go to Lark and WeHo. Otherwise, it's just
Sparkly hair.
yeah.
Spumante. I like to go through and just see how everything's processing. Looks good.
Processing.
Processing.
I think my favorite part about this is that I can sometimes look out the window and see like those crappy like Hollywood bus tours go by.
Oh, all the time. All day.
Yeah.
All day.
Just cracks me.
I mean, I really like that I get to stare at traffic and not have to be in it.
This is true.
You say that as we have to drive back to Anaheim when we're done.
That's fine. You're not driving.
It's Saturday.
That's true. It did still take an hour to get here.
Did it really?
Yeah.
That's kind of normal, no? I guess
Yeah.
45 minutes.
I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah, Dada was like, I was
Yeah.
gonna make that joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple more minutes. You look like a water bottle, like a little bottle of water.
I'm good.
Want some water, Cariann?
Love you too, Brennan. I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
The amazing thing is, you were like, I think this is gonna take about 4 hours.
I know.
And I was like, okay, my hair doesn't let go of anything. And you're like, okay, well, we'll plan on 6.
Yeah,
Might
and
be
then I was
more.
like, it'll take 4 to 7 hours.
Right, it might be more, and it's really probably gonna take closer to 4,
Right.
right? Because like, you do this, and then there's not much after this, is there?
Right.
Yeah.
No.
I know.
Other than the rainbow, we're putting the rainbow in, right?
Oh
Putting the
yeah,
rainbow?
actually, I will show you that rainbow.
Oh my god,
that I did.
please.
It's not subtle.
I believe pastel is the
It's
term.
not a
Subtle.
subtle rainbow.
Pastel.
Are you just taking
I don't think you
video?
can do a subtle rainbow.
That's why he was like, I don't even know
But
if
it
I
was a rainbow.
put those two things together.
Oh, that is-
So she had all of the. I wonder if I have. Let's see, I probably have it in my album, maybe. Let's see. Do I have it in my favorites?
Tim says, you mean your car can drive you back in?
No, my Cariann will drive me back to Anaheim.
Yeah.
I'll be like, driver.
Like scrolling so fast, I'm like determined to find that photo. But I want to show you where her hair was split and you can see all the colors coming out.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
It's really, really cool. It took me like 7 hours. I was here definitely for a full day.
Was it fun?
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
And I like it was me who really wanted to do it. So she's one of my friends who's a nurse, and like during the quarantine and everything, it just really took a toll on her with everything she had to deal with.
Yeah.
And so I hadn't been doing hair for a long time because of quarantine.
Oh yeah.
And I just had all this inspiration. You know, I was just like ready to go. And I knew it was kind of hard for her, and I just like literally called her up and I was like, would you want to be a model for me? I was like, but I get to do whatever I want. And she's like, yes, I trust you, let's do it.
I love
And
it.
she really like, she'll let me do any color. Brighter, the better. And so I surprised her with that. And it was just like such an amazing moment because she was just like, oh my gosh, she didn't expect it. And I didn't tell her what I was doing before I did it. I was just doing it. But she trusted me.
That's the best.
And like, look at all those colors that peek through. So it's like a full-on, she had her whole hairline.
God. I think I need longer hair before I can do something like that.
Let me see if there's a video.
God, it is so rainbow.
Oh, I guess there's like a cool picture.
Oh, wow.
So do you see how that's all split? Oh, look at all those colors that are in there.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Right, and then like,
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Like
so she had like literally every color in there. You know what I mean?
any which way it gets cut. It's
Yeah.
gonna be. Oh,
She was like, and to this day, she's like, that's my favorite color you ever did. Like, look how pretty that is when the hair all opens up like that. I mean, it just looks like magic.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Yeah.
so
That's
cool?
really
That's
cool.
awesome.
And that's why I love hair color, because it's just like, how cool that we can do that.
Yes.
That we can make that possible. See, and then even when she wore it like that, all you see is the pink.
Yeah.
Oh totally.
You know, so like literally depending on where she moved it,
Yeah.
other certain colors would pop out.
God, imagine the picture of that on a roller coaster with the hair like going.
Right?
Yeah, right? That would have been amazing. Yeah, I did a whole video actually, that hair session, I
Yeah.
recorded, I made a video,
Nice.
and I think I posted it to probably Instagram. But yeah, that was just one of those moments where I was like, I'm ready to do something. I was like, come on in, just let me do whatever I want.
Yeah,
I knew
yeah,
she'd
yeah.
be okay with that, you know?
Hells yes.
Okay, so do you remember we were talking about pictures of us as kids with bangs?
Yeah.
That was me as a kid. That was baby Jams. How cute is
That's
that?
adorable. I'm gonna see if I can find mine.
Oh, totally.
So that's how I wore my hair. I would just buzz everything except
Yeah.
for the bangs.
Oh, cute, cute, cute.
Maybe it's a.
Let's see, do you have a picture of you in high school?
Yeah, I think so.
I actually didn't have bangs forever.
You didn't?
Yeah, like my high school pictures of me without bangs.
It's like this great rainbow dress. There isn't a really good color block of it. That's too bad.
This is
You
like,
can see some of it, but like a really nice rainbow dress.
Oh,
would be
yeah.
Fun with like rainbow hair, I think. Or too much, I'm not
Oh,
sure.
yeah. Cute.
would you say that's classic high school Cariann, Jamie?
Huge.
That is classic. That is how I
Like
remember
every
you.
single day of my life, this is what I look like for
No
every
bangs.
day. No bangs.
When did the bangs come?
I don't know. It's funny, when I was really young, actually, I had bangs. And I hated them. Because I have a cowlick. And so I couldn't,
And you didn't style your hair 'cause you're a kid.
no. So it worked to not have them in high school. And then eventually, I don't know. I think it was when I was growing my hair out.
This was my hair before,
Oh yeah.
right? This is my
Yes.
that was my pre-hairline. You can see where they put all of that is the damage from them putting the implants in.
When was that? February? Or earlier?
Yeah, February of this year, right?
Which one?
Hair transplant?
Mm-hmm.
Right, there's the line that they were gonna do.
Wow.
It's a good
How long was the process?
12 hours?
That was
10 hours?
effing forever.
Was it one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I hated
And
it.
you're awake, right?
Yes, you
All the
are.
time.
Are you just like playing on your phone, just passing time? Or,
Oh
like,
no,
is there
no,
a
you're.
movie playing?
They've got you on like Vicodin and a bunch of painkillers, so you're
Oh, got
loopy
it.
and like going in and out of consciousness.
Got it.
You're right on the edge, so it's really easy to like wake up and move if necessary.
Yeah.
I will find these pictures. Oh god, here's after face surgery.
Oh wow. The recovery, huh?
Yeah.
I had a client recently. I went and did her color and she went and had a face operation done. She was like, I'm not gonna see you for at least 3 weeks because I normally see her like every 2 weeks. She's like, I don't want you to see me. I'm gonna look like a monster. I said, no, you're not. I'll be fine. She's like, no, trust me. I'm gonna wait. And I was like, okay. I was like, but I won't be afraid. I promise.
I mean, it's fine. It's all part of a process. Everyone understands.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
This is what I used to do to my hair just about every day, using a flat iron.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you created all that texture.
Yeah, kind of like, there you go. Look at the difference in my face, too.
I know.
Yeah. Here.
Isn't that amazing?
Difference in my face. I don't know, can the internet see it?
So much. Oh, yeah. Clear as day.
Here we go. Found them. Here's high school.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Also, high school.
Wow.
That's a good one of you. Let's see what else we got. Oh, here you go. I believe that's early high school or late middle school.
That
something.
haircut is everything, though.
Isn't it though?
Oh my god, yeah, that's late middle school.
Yeah. Where is it?
That was late middle school?
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. Oh, here you go. Bowl cut.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
And then we went super short for a little bit.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And you can actually see where there's like this weird little like
The little cowlick?
Yeah.
Where the hair goes to the
Mhm.
side?
There.
Yep. You're off the side.
Still does that to
So
this day.
blondie.
Sure, I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, we're trying to get that color back, right?
Right? It's pretty much
And
what it's
then,
gonna be.
Yes, there you go. And that's where the hair swoop started.
Wow.
That's the beginning of the hair swoop.
Good lord.
Another bowl cut, I believe.
Yes.
Isn't it amazing the hairstyles like that we go through in our young age? You look
Sure.
back and you're like, why?
Yeah.
Oh god, my eyebrows in this picture.
yeah.
I have crazy eyebrows. I go in every 2 weeks for eyebrow threading, and every 2 weeks they have to work at them for a hot
Really?
minute. Yeah.
I do threading as well. I like it better than waxing, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though waxing is quicker, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Because I really get kind of antsy. Like, if someone's just sitting there tweezing my brows, the patience is hard for me.
Yeah, no, that's the worst.
Threading is like that middle spot where it's
Sure.
like, I wish it could be quicker, but it's not as bad as tweezing.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't feel like it's that long. It doesn't
No.
hurt that much. It hurts a little bit.
Yeah, a
but
little
it's
bit.
not.
I
It's
still
not
cry.
terrible.
Do you cry?
No.
I do.
No. But then again, my pain tolerance has gone way up.
So it's like nothing for you.
It's not nothing, but like, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
When I electrocute my face 32 times or 36 times 32 times.
You're like, oh, I
at a
can
time.
handle it.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
I'm still scarred. If you look, like you can still see all of the scars from this last Monday.
Really?
You can
Oh
actually
yeah,
see
subtly.
bruising.
Your skin
Bruising
looks
is
so good.
That's actually an after effect of the electrolysis because it you end up with phenomenal. As long as you do the type of electrolysis I do, you end up with really great skin. There are 3 types of electrolysis. Only this type ends up with good skin. The other 2 do the opposite and they destroy your skin.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they basically burn it from the inside out and it breaks down the glue that bonds your skin together and you end up with pitting in your skin. And some of that could end up being permanent. The problem is my version of electrolysis takes forever.
Really?
It's 5 minutes per hair.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, is right.
5, because the other one's like what, 1 minute per hair?
Not even that. It's 5 seconds for the fastest one and 10 to 15 seconds for the middle one. So you go from 5 seconds for the fastest system, 10 to 15 seconds for the second fastest system, and then there's nothing, 5 minutes per hair.
Wow.
But my version has the highest kill factor. It doesn't destroy my skin. Yeah, that's
So it's worth it.
It's worth it in the long run.
Yeah.
It costs the most. It's the most painful. It's the most everything.
I
But
like that.
I don't want to. It's my face,
Yeah.
right? I don't want to destroy the skin on my face.
Yeah.
Not sure if I just got insulted. Almanax was like, geez, Cariann, you were cute.
What happened?
I know. I was at some point, so that's fine. I got old and fat. It's okay.
Me too.
Tim Scott says the second one was a Mad Magazine cover, wasn't it? Yeah, that's exactly what he used to look like.
Oh yeah, I remember that little cover. I get the Mad Magazine.
Totally.
Oh, great.
This is what I remember about Lark. Is he's very, very particular
I am.
about this part of the process and constantly checking different
Constantly.
areas.
Because hair shifts so much in the toning phase.
Just constantly, and even when I was doing just simple highlights, you were doing exactly this, just back and forth, looking at the tone, making sure it was okay, looking at it, and then there was this moment of like, now we go.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I literally baby it and watch it until the very moment. And I'm like, yeah, it's time. Yeah. Still needs a couple.
Okay.
That right side.
Tim Scott says, and I agree, there's a fine line between gorgeous rainbow hair and clown shit show.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Almanacs, what is my dream addition to my broadcasting arsenal, either at Company X or tomorrow, depending upon what I'm allowed to talk about? I wish I had a larger, more sound efficient studio space for tomorrow. I don't think it's an equipment thing. What I really want to be able to do is like sit down and just have all the lighting ready to go and be able to get like much more dynamic and like fun shots at tomorrow. Maybe have like some shots that are moving, like a little bit of motion, just to kind of add to it. I don't want it to go too far, because as soon as we start focusing on that, we stop focusing on just having a conversation and telling stories and laughing and having fun. And it's so easy, to get caught up in the, well, such and such a thing needs to, we're off by whatever, and that doesn't add to the story. And so I think if I could pick anything, it would be adding storytellers to all of it. Just people who want to tell great stories to both Company X and to tomorrow. Almanac, Jenny, was that a cowlick mullet combo? Yes, it was. You're welcome, Internet. Forky on the table fully.
Mm-hmm.
We call my phone Forky because it will randomly jump off of tables, and I swear to you it does it on its own. And it's basically like trash, and then falls on the floor. So literally my phone is called Forky.
It's true.
Hashtag facts. Should I start washing my hair out using the water feature over here? Just
Very slowly.
very slowly, starting to like, and he walks back in and I look like, have that look of like I've been caught. What do you want to do for dinner? Or do you want to skip dinner?
What are you hungry for?
Pumpkin soup from the club. But we're going tomorrow,
We're
so.
going tomorrow.
I know. Nothing too heavy. I feel like we've had heavy food.
Yeah.
Had to drop off our third round of towels.
That's the vomit bucket.
That's what?
The vomit bucket.
Yes. Oh, been there. Well, not with me, but with the client.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
We won't
no.
tell that story though.
That's too
But
bad.
I've definitely had to take care of a client before.
That's too bad.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, come on over.
Here we go. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
No.
Let's do it. Let's fall in love. The doggy. Little puppy. I know, I'm like now, I never heard it before, now I'm like, okay, I need to get some WD-40. Little puppy.
That's temperature okay? Yeah, I'm fine with it.
17%.
You're brunette again.
It's beautiful.
You're like, it's darker.
Yeah, you said Cariann's color, right? So good.
And it's shorter. too.
Right. It's shorter. I think since I've seen you, I've picked up the whole Osborne family, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Because if I haven't seen you since a year, I just barely hit a year with Sharon.
Yeah.
And yeah, wow, time goes by fast.
So fast, it's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
It's like every day doesn't feel fast necessarily, but then
Yeah,
you
the
have no
long
idea
still
where
suddenly.
yeah.
I keep wanting to be like, oh, a year ago, and I'm like, oh wait, no, that was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
It's like we missed a
ridiculous.
whole year.
Yeah, that's because we missed a whole year.
Literally.
What's this one do?
So this is just like a little bit of a bonding conditioner that I want to add in. So this is Olaplex, actually. So I'm going through this and I'm putting this through your ends as like a little rinse. And just again, keep sealing in that protein. It's all about hair health when you're doing color, you know what I mean? Because otherwise you don't have any hair color. And I'll even, when we take you out, I'm probably going to put a little K18 on your ends. Have you heard of K18?
I have not. Is it better than K17?
It is just one step
One
better.
better? One
Yeah,
better.
just one better. Is there a K17? Oh.
Now what's K18?
K18 is a new technology, kind of like Olaplex, in the sense of it's all about protein bonds and keeping them healthy.
Okay.
But it's a different way in which it's done. Whereas Olaplex is like has its own system of how it works. K18 has its own as well.
Okay.
So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this little serum that's like a cream in your hair. And then, are we cutting you at all?
If you think I need one, otherwise I'm trying to grow it out.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So then in that case, because it has to sit in your hair for 4 minutes. So I'll put it in your hair, comb it through, I'll look through and see what we need to shape, if we need to shape something, and then we can get it to drying inside of it. And K18 does have an at-home product. So that is something that I probably would recommend. And you can use that as like, say your, almost like your lead-in.
Would you recommend both? The K18 and the other one then?
Yeah, because K18 is going to be like your leave-in product, like for like styling.
Okay.
And then the other one's going to be more like your shampoo conditioner.
But they're both fundamentally acting as a protein
And moisture.
maker. Okay.
Correct. Protein and moisture. You definitely want to have all of that in your world. You know what I mean? And that's why I say you have to have a balance of it, because sometimes if you get too much protein, your hair can feel brittle and dry. If you get too much moisture, your hair can feel soft and like it just wants to break.
Mm.
So that's why it's like all about having that balance. It's like a balanced diet, you know what I mean?
I don't have a balanced diet right now, but
I can't get over the texture of your hair.
yeah.
So different, huh? Can we
Yeah.
get that over? I'm so excited to see this dry.
Me too.
So here, I'm gonna grab that K18, I'm gonna show you this. I reached out to the company because it's new, it just came out.
Okay.
And I reached out to them, I was like, I wanna try your product, can you send me a link? And they were like, what's your address? And they just sent me the whole kit.
Oh, that's good.
Nice.
Well, like perfect, and I've been like obsessed with it. Super concentrated. So look,
Okay, yeah.
this would be like your at-home size kit. So they also give me my like back bar version, but
Mhm.
that's the one for like a client. And it's super concentrated, so I literally took 2 pumps.
Yeah.
And I'm just whoosh, kind of lightly putting it in there. So you put this in your hair when it's still like damp, like you're out of the shower, you towel dried a little bit, not so roughly. This will help protect from all that. A little bit more.
God,
Have a
look
good
at all
hair.
that texture.
I know,
It's
right?
crazy. It's because my hair is just absorbing it because that's what my hair does.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's like, gently me. Feed me. Nutrients.
It just grabs onto stuff and doesn't want to let go. It takes a while to dry it too. That's why I do so
Well,
much
it's
with
gonna
the
dry
towel.
a lot quicker now, I'm
That
sure.
makes me happy.
Yeah. And like I said, down the road, like if you did decide you want to do a keratin, which I would recommend, I would, if we were to do it, I would do your entire hairline.
Okay.
And smooth all that out. Because all this, I say, you don't want all that to be flat.
Right.
You want that to have your texture and
Yeah,
movement,
yeah,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? So it's really just about literally, it's like smoothing out the little front bits.
Okay.
And then you're just working with your texture.
Okay.
So crazy, huh?
Yeah.
So
You
now-
started playing with it? Yeah.
So I'm gonna come through, just get all that product kind of evenly spread out. So this is about how gentle you should be with your hair.
Okay.
Just kind of like, you know what I mean? Taking your time, letting it go through.
I'm mostly this gentle with my hair.
Okay.
I pretend to be this gentle with my hair.
I pretend.
I think you think about being this gentle with your hair.
I fantasize.
I'm definitely not this gentle with my hair, but I'm not super aggressive with it either.
Okay. I'm gonna put a new cape on you.
Okay? This cape no longer works.
No
Well,
longer.
and it's because of the hair color. and
I'm
stuff.
over it.
This cape?
I'm
no good.
over it.
We hate that cape. Hate it. Hate
Done.
it. We're done with that cape. No more. I was looking at that cape for a while, being like, how are we still in this
Oh.
cape?
It's time for a new cape.
I need a new cape.
You are new cape.
You are a new cape.
Oh my god, so much better.
Right?
Yeah,
You
so
can tell
much
the
better. Can you see the difference? I can see the difference.
I don't know why, it just it bugs me. You know,
No,
like
no,
when I
I
see, not you.
completely
And
understand.
like when I see the color
Yeah, a
on,
little bit is like,
I'm in the new phase now.
I like it.
Yeah, look how already that's kind of starting to smooth. Because that product, that K18, you want it to sit in there for like a couple minutes.
Okay.
So that's why I like kind of just combing it through, letting your hair drink it.
This hair is hilarious.
Yeah, let's see where that wants to go.
Oh, wherever it wants is where it's going to go. The nice thing is, because I have it on both sides, whichever way I part my hair, it presses up on the hair And it creates this really kind of beautiful little
All that
swoosh.
volume there.
Yeah, it kind of pushes it away from my face, just like naturally. And that's how that side will go. The problem is, the opposite side of my head then just goes,
To the other way.
because there's nothing to hold it down.
Oh, let's just see where this all is. Yeah. Looks like you did a pretty good job.
Thank you. Like I said, I know I'm rusty.
No. Literally just cleaning it up with her line. You did a good job.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I struggled with just like all of the layers of being a boy haircut and trying to
Transitioning. up.
Yeah.
It took a hot minute.
We're still working on it. Don't say it took a hot minute. It's still
I feel like
there.
it's still,
Yeah.
but it's all pretty. I mean, your hair's grown a lot.
So much. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I think you did a pretty amazing job.
Thank you.
I can't tell you after the quarantine how many people came back with the most tragic haircuts.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like my partner or my mom or you know,
Right.
anyone. It's just like, oh, what happened?
Right. Oof.
So right now I'm basically just making sure you have a nice soft rounded layer. There's no harsh lines in your hair. And it literally looks like that's kind of where she was already
Yeah.
taking it, so it's perfect.
Yeah, just so that it would lay. So that even if she doesn't do anything with it, it still lays okay.
Exactly.
You know, because
Yeah.
like, yeah, there's plenty of days where she's like, I'm not gonna do anything.
Like
okay,
today.
cool.
And yesterday.
I'm like, you should open up a little hair salon in Space.
I would love to
That'd
actually.
be so cute.
Actually, that would be really
I
cool.
would love
The hair
to.
salon at SpaceX would be amazing.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're like, you going out for lunch? No, we're getting our hair done.
Yep.
Oh my god, I would totally do that.
Right.
I would totally do that.
Are you going for a bagel or a blowout?
Right?
One of each!
Right.
I would not have everything bagels in my salon though. Just
You don't
so
like the smell?
No, because then you would blow off like everything from the bagel.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Not dealing with FOD in my salon. Thank you.
I'm not the biggest fan of an everything bagel.
Okay, well
But-
you're dead to me.
But you know what? Veggie Grill has this everything bagel like green beans, and they're so
Ooh.
good. Yeah, they're really phenomenal.
I just like the garlic and the cheese on a bread thing, like how
And all that,
like
yeah.
garlic and it's all the
See, I do
carbs.
too, but you know what I don't like? I love onions, but I don't like those dry onion bits.
Yeah.
Oh,
That bothers me.
yeah, but not all of them have the little dry onion bits.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And everything
There is a
seasoning you
prejudging.
should.
I thought if it's an everything bagel, it would.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Isn't it like onion, garlic, and poppy seed? Isn't that in everything?
I mean, maybe,
That's what I
I
thought.
don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay. We'll say that.
Okay. Let's see this hair. You ready?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's talk about where you want to part. I mean, when I'm combing your hair and playing with it,
Yeah.
it like feels like it wants to go on that side,
Yeah, then do that.
right?
Yeah, my hair will let you know. Like everything just changed. It's got a whole new texture to it. So follow what looks good, follow what feels right. Yeah.
Let's get her dry. Time to see the magic. cold in here. But that kind of warms things up a little bit. Your head's all cold. I mean, look at your texture's already shifted a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? And then in the future, if you're like, I want to go blonder, and you know what we do? Then we pick up all the pieces that we didn't pick up. Let's update the color a little bit. Little babies right here. So basically I'm going in, see I'm just kind of like attacking that right off the bat, just trying to get that to smooth out. And what we might do, we might hit that with a flat iron.
That's what she does too.
Yeah. You know, kind of just like angling that down right now. I'm gonna try to change that side now. So already kind of laying that down. See how like the way it's toned, it just literally looks like it's like their natural
It
color.
does, it looks like
Like it's their
natural,
color.
yeah. It's actually very similar to my mom's color.
For your eyes?
Right?
She looks like her mom.
Really?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, it just goes to show that, like,
Yeah.
you did it right.
Yeah.
Are you touching my mom?
Yeah, I'm never trying to picture your mom.
Feels really good. Yeah, I feel that.
It was better than before I came in here.
I'm telling you. There's something about color that just, especially with the technology nowadays, you know, I feel like back, you know, when I was younger, the chemicals were just so strong.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, they're so much more subtle than I remember first playing with, you know? And just the hair care that's available nowadays, it's just so much better.
Find it?
Oh my god.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the cruise.
It is.
She's gonna be like, I love it.
She's freaking better.
Oh. Does your mom color her hair?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's just her hair color.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And James not wrong. Like, it is lighter now, but
It's kind of, it just goes to show like you made it look so natural. It literally looks like someone in my family.
Like you just grew your hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
It's a little bit crazy.
And also, too, do you spend a lot of time in the sun or anything like that? Really? Or in the pool or anything?
No, I mean, if we can go to hair
lighter.
like,
Okay. Well, if you are in the sun, your hair will get lighter. Okay, for sure. It's just that that's what will happen. The summers will pull out. So sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, right? If you don't want your hair to shift, then I would say wear a swimming cap, or there's some hair products that sometimes have like UV protectant. But yeah, and then some people love it.
okay.
Some people are like, I like when my hair gets lighter. I want to spin this so that you can see how the hair gets.
yes.
I mean, look how beautiful
Oh,
that
I
is.
love it.
Right?
Yeah, so good.
She's like, oh, that's
I'm loving it. This is so good.
It's like so subtle, so soft. And that's why I like the baby light, because it just diffuses it so nicely.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like, oh, like we just have highlight.
See the massive clips that he has for your hair?
Yes. I need some of these. I was about this early on because I have the little itty bitty clips.
Oh, damn.
They make these look small.
Yeah.
Here, we'll do this. Extra glam.
There you go.
Any comments from the internet? I'd like to hear it as well.
Are you gonna see your mom anytime soon?
No, they're back in Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to take a trip up soon if we can, but it all depends on what schedule.
It doesn't work. Put your hands through that and fill that out.
It's so smooth.
I know, right? I mean, look at that. The texture.
It's hard to. My face is covered in
Sure.
hair.
Imagine it.
Any comments from the internet? No?
Your mom loves it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Of course it does.
You already told her?
Yeah, I texted her.
Oh my god, I love that. She was on it. Did you get a photo of it?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's this photo, so it's not like
Oh god, I got it.
perfect, but she needs some color.
How about hot pot?
Oh what?
For dinner, hot pot.
Oh,
Go to packing house?
yeah, maybe.
You go and you're like, look, Kyle. Got my hair done.
Somebody said soft rounded layers sounds like the description of me coming out of lockdown.
That's funny.
I thought that was good. just says you look like a golden retriever.
I look like a what?
Golden retriever.
I think for him that's a compliment.
I think so too.
My parents love golden.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They've got 2 goldens. They show them competitively and professionally.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Flat irons and both side babies real quick before we perfect. But put your hands through that real quick and just feel that out.
This is crazy.
Is that crazy that it's your hair?
It's so smooth. You want to touch it?
I'll touch it.
Okay. You want to touch it before product, or do you not care?
No,
No, you can feel it now.
We're making you feel it now.
I
That's what's
know.
happening.
It's just, it's a process also. The crap in it.
Oh.
The internet.
Hello, the internet. It's like, yay, it's smooth.
No.
Right?
No.
Oh, so silky.
So this one here. Just kidding.
So for this one here. Like, go sit down. Go sit down.
Yeah, those are the clips I have.
Like these?
No, like those.
Like this? Yeah, any of the flat ones. I
Yeah.
also sometimes use these depending on how much like the hair wants to bend, you know, if I don't want it to.
I feel like in the morning I need some of the larger ones for like when my hair is wet. I need
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Or, well, I suppose I don't do that when it's wet, but yeah.
Of course, Brad. Don't be silly.
How nifty is this?
I
Little
was just
flat
looking at
iron
that.
comb.
Like I so
They're
need
the
one of
best.
those.
Flat iron
That's really
comb.
cool.
So you
Yeah.
can literally grab what you need
Yeah,
and like get what you need to do.
and like pre-straighten it
Like
with
that.
the iron on it, so that everything that goes through the iron is straight. And
Uh-huh.
instead of
Did you
being
see how
jumbled.
like I'm bending it so that this all lays down flat like that?
Yes, yes.
So that's why I like these little curved sides.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wish that little thing was a little longer, but it does the job. Yeah, look how nice that lays.
Just for you.
Not for you, even with the flat iron?
No, even with the flat iron. Although I don't do this technique, like I'll have to try, but like,
What do? You just grab it all and start putting it through
yeah, pretty much.
it?
Although to be fair, also like you've got like it was bleached, and so this is much silkier than it was before.
True.
Because this hair came from the back of my head, right? So it's just a little, it's a different type of
Yeah,
hair.
a little more coarse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By a little, do you mean a lot?
A little bit. I don't like to be too dramatic.
Exactly.
Yes, you do.
That's why I rolled when I said it. I'm not too dramatic.
I'm just the right amount.
I'm just the right amount.
Right.
Perfect amount of drama. So then we're taming that, so we'll go with the rest of the brush after. Now let's do this other side. I mean, this color looks like it's just growing right out of your hair.
Yeah, this looks
You
like
know
my
what I mean?
natural hair color. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, your mom said that the hair colorist and her are besties. And I was like, yep, no doubt.
Her and her hair colorist?
No, you and she.
Oh, yeah.
This does look like my natural hair color from when I was younger.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, look how nicely that tames down.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel how silky that is.
I really do like your comb thing.
It's amazing. Oh.
Yeah.
Amazon, I think.
Huh.
Just like a flat iron comb.
Nice.
I got this through like a dealer, a product dealer, my local dealer.
On the DL.
On the DL.
I need a flat iron comb.
Right, we met in the alley. I need that flat iron that goes up to $450. Okay, now that we've cleaned those little sides, I can go back into just kind of perfecting all of it. So I'm grabbing all your little front area, right? That's kind of like your vein vibe. Even though they're not vein veins, but still, they're like a nice little like face frame, you know? I'm also going to pull a little bit. You see how I'm doing that?
Yep.
And I want to grab that root and pull it out a little bit. See where you get wants to color. And I'm also going with a little bit of a tighter brush now. And that's to just put a little bit of movement on those top layers. Bounce that around, put your hands through that.
It's going right down the middle.
I mean, honestly, I feel like when you push too much to the side, that's where you might get one of them kind of puffing up too much.
Oh
you know
yeah,
what I
because
mean?
there's nothing to...
So it almost kind of gives you that weight for it to lay down. But that's what I was saying, like, maybe it wants to go a little bit off to the side here.
Yeah,
You
that
know
looks
what I
nice.
mean? And then you get like a little, but I dried it kind of center.
Yeah.
Because I want to lay down as much of that as possible. But then did you see how when I did the front, I didn't really direct the front any which way, I kind of went forward with it.
Okay, yeah.
Because then you kind of get that, the ability to do what you want with it when it's finally dry.
Yeah, I definitely like the more swoopy look.
Yeah.
Brings me back to my high school.
Oh, let's take a look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's just shake those a little bit so you can wear it a little bit more to the side.
Best part is I don't have to do anything with my eyebrows either. It works with that eyebrow color.
Yeah, without being too like dark or
Yeah.
like Oh yeah, those little flat iron ends that you sizzled away.
What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. My hair just died.
A nice little leave-in too, would be something like this. So this is like a K18, like a treatment.
And that's
if
like a
you want-
K19?
And this is like a K8.
K8.
So it's not as intense.
So it's 10 less than this
Yes.
one. Got it. Yeah.
It's more of like an everyday, subtle, whereas this one's more like a treatment.
Okay.
It's not cheap. It's like $75 for the little.
Okay.
So that's why it's more of a treatment, and this could be like your everyday.
Okay.
Yeah, does that make sense?
How often would you do the treatment? Like a once a week sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you're washing every 3 days.
3-ish days. I mean, it kind of
I'd say
depends. Like
once.
if I've got a really nice, if I've got like back-to-back really nice events, I might do it, 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
But usually it's like Monday, maybe Thursday, Friday.
So maybe like instead of thinking about it as week, think about it as like every 3rd shampoo.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's probably where I would take it. So that way you're not over proteining your hair.
Right. Okay.
But bam, she's blonde. Fill that out. Put a little shine on this. I'm gonna use something like this. It's called my spotlight.
What's the internet thing?
Well, they all logged out. I'm kidding.
They were done an hour ago.
And just look how like natural now that's starting to feel.
It already felt pretty
Now their
good.
hair is settling down. Just gonna get that top front bit.
Your biscuit always
Yeah.
wants to break away from something. Doesn't matter which way I go.
Little babies.
Mm-hmm.
I say just utilize that to give you that volume.
Yeah, that's what I usually
You know
try
what I
to do,
mean?
right? You can see it pushing
Yeah.
up on the hair right there.
I mean, yeah, it gives you that like lift. Right?
Ta-da.
Yes.
Yes,
so
now?
she looks like a natural blonde.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Yeah.
Now let's take this cape off because we're done with
We're
it
done with
now.
this cape. And now we
you
need
can
our
see
third
your
cape.
Actual.
Oh.
Now you can just see your hair
Huh?
with your clothes.
Yeah.
Alright. Are we done?
It'll take
Yes.
like 10 minutes for them to react, so.
Oh, is it really that long?
It's not 10 minutes. It is a minute though.
Does it take a minute for them to see anything or
Yeah,
just
just like the lag in internet.
Yes.
Yeah, Brad said, thanks for allowing us to share this experience with you. Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun.
I love this hairspray.
What is it?
It's Infinium 4, and it basically is buildable. So it's not like you spray it and it's like crunchy. It like has the softest hold, so that way you can really kind of like shape it how you want. And then if you're like, oh, I love it, then you go and you spray a crap ton of it. You know what I mean? But I love
I
that
do
it's
know
like-
what you mean, yes.
I love that it's like, it gives you that like subtle hold and it still looks like natural and feathery. Like look, it's like holding
Yeah.
its piece, right? And like even when you grab it, see how fine of a mist it comes out?
Yeah. That's so nice.
And that way that just keeps that little bang out of your face.
Yeah, those are the bits that like to break apart for some reason, the ones that we're getting right now.
So do you see, that's why it's perfect, because then I can kind of like treat it as like one little piece and kind of clean it all together. You know what I mean? And now you've utilized this to get your volume there, and now you've smoothed all this.
It looks fantastic.
Bam, my love, you are
I
set.
love it. Thank you.
You are so welcome.
All right. Thank
This
you.
has been a pleasure.
It has been fun. It's always great.
Can I get another
cup?
color? This is awesome. Of course, you're so welcome.
All right. Bye, internet.
Let's close it.
I
Bye.
know. Hit end.
Hit end. There's an end button.
Yeah.
There is.
No, you have to. It's a touchscreen, bunches.
Yep.